we need to screen the high dangerous populations. If the person's over 45, either smokers, probably we could recommend them to do yearly screenings to see the possibilities of the risk. You know that the treat more earlier, the more the patient outcome will be. So that is the screenings. For the screening side, so we can see that in China and the US, a lot of the medical examination centers so help the population to do the screenings. As myself, I do every year. So it really help to promote the population, the health. We have seen that for the cancer patients, the 5-year survival rate of the American patients is way higher than that of China. The major reason is early screenings and early diagnosis. So we see that there's a huge opportunities in these sections to do the screenings. After screenings, we can identify some of the high risk patients, find some of the not good signs. So next move will be the diagnosis. Diagnosis is the foundations for all treatment. This diagnosis can be into two parts. The first part is to see whether the screenings is some of the dangerous signals is true or is positive or negative. Hopefully it's negative. On the other side, so if for some of the cancer patients, for example, so the target therapies, they all depends on the diagnosis for the mutation of the cancers and for the type of the genes. So you see that instead of the chemo therapies in the past few decades, this year is more precision medicines. And we will foresee that in the futures, precision medicine will be more and more adopted, no matter it's in China or in the US. All of this is based upon the diagnosis. So we see that a lot of third-party diagnostic centers are established, either for the screening of the high-risk populations, or as a companion diagnosis for the drug companies to treat the patients in the right way. That is later on, that is a treatment for either that it will be the surgical treatments for the cancer patients or the treatments after the surgeries. So that is a key component of the patient journeys. A lot of the stakeholders are here. So we can see, of course, the hospitals, the physicians, as for sure are there. And also we can see that a lot of medical device companies are here, like J&J, and also a lot of pharma companies are here, like J&J and other great companies to help to treat the patients. So that's the key components here. After the treatment, we can see that it is a follow-up, especially for the cancer patients. The close follow-up is the key to guarantee the 5-year or even longer survival rate for the prognosis of the patients. We can see here a lot of the CRO companies are working with the hospitals, working with the physicians for the follow-up. Later on, so that is recovery. Recovery is a big market. It's not just for cancers, for a lot of the disease like the stroke. So it mainly depends on how we can treat the patients in the recovery phase to help them to restore the health as soon as possible and as much as possible. So we see that there are many recovery centers established now in China today, and especially for the community hospitals, they are expanding the recovery services to the patients. So that is a general, the patient, the pathways, no matter in China and the US, probably the same. And so you see that the pathway is quite long, from awareness and to the recovery. It's always for the purpose of the patient health. But imagine that no company can do everything by itself, including J&J. So we see announcement yesterday that J&J has split it into two. One is consumer companies. The other is device and drug companies. Which company will use the legacy name of J&J? So why J&J do this? So I believe that it is because J&J realized that we should be more focused on the treatment side. So we will increase the shareholders' value and also the more focus will push J&J to do innovations, to do a better job in the treatment. While the split, the consumer companies can do more to do the awareness and maybe part of the screenings to help the patients to early find the possible problems. So if we see the links, so you see that, so J&J, so we really focus on the treatment side. But how other companies, I think each link, we can have a lot of other companies to focus on the links to serve the populations and serve the patients. For the awareness, we see a lot of APPs, as I has mentioned. They can educate the patients. That is much better than the J&J probably. The screenings, we have seen a lot of med exam centers, and also for the third-party diagnostic centers. And also we see that a lot of well-established the big company in diagnosis, like Roche, like Abbott. So all of them can do a great job. Then the treatment, even J&J cannot do everything. We need to work with other companies for the treatment. We have many great sister companies like Medtronic, like Boston, like Roche, like Pfizer. So all our purpose is to serve the patients. Then is follow-up. So we see that a lot of CL companies, and later on that is recovery. So with the new technologies, we can bring all the links, connect more seamlessly together because of the digital technologies that enable this to be true. Especially we have the clouds, can consolidate all the data and make the data more structured and make the data be more easy to transfer through the first stage to the end stage. Of course, I think that we need to set up the rules right to protect the privacy of the patients, to make sure that the data is for the legal for use, etc. And even for the treatment side, I think that each companies can really focus on different disease instead of all the disease. So I think that in the future, ecosystem will look like each company will really focus on each of the link, and we can use the new technologies like the digital technologies, like the AI, like the cloud, like the big data to connect all the links more seamlessly. So it will dramatically improve the efficiencies of the world, improve the efficiency of the healthcare systems. So that is what I'm imagining for the future of the healthcare. So let's talk about the J&J. So I worked with J&J for over 18 years. It's a great company. And for the past few years, so we see a lot of the improvement of J&J in innovation across over the countries. Now you see that we call the one-stop innovation model in Johnson & Johnson. So we have over 700 R&D associates in China across the 3 business sectors: consumer, device, and farm. And also we have 2 drug R&D centers based in China. So we have 9 such of the centers worldwide, but 2 of them in China. You see that how we really emphasize on the China market. And we have the China Lung Cancer Initiative. We know that lung cancer is #1 cancer in China, but lung cancer, even in US and Europe, lung cancer is a very high population cancer. And also we are first fully invested open innovation platform certified by Shanghai municipal government. And also in Shanghai, Zhangjiang, so we have J-Labs. So that is the world's largest J-Lab J&J have ever established. So that is in Shanghai. So we can see how we really be positive of the futures of China. And so you know that because of the population, the economy growth, and also of course the aging population, the speed of the aging. So we do think that the Chinese patients need more help to improve the healthcare. You know that how we can work together, to partner together in the ecosystem, the models. So we can have flexible deal structures. We have fundings, we have investment, we have company incubations, mentoring in the facilities, and we have R&D and collaboration accelerations. And also we have commercial access and expertise to help the small companies to commercialize the new technologies. So, you know, we have across the healthcare spectrums to help from the awareness screening side to later on for the treatment side and even some of the follow-up side. So we have consumer, we have device, we have pharmaceuticals. So that's why we call us the one-stop innovation model of J&J in China market. You know that I come from the device side of the Johnson & Johnson. And so let me introduce some of the device of the innovation system in China. So first, that is portfolio innovations. If we do look at the good technologies in China, so we can work together. The two ways, so we can work with local companies like Tinavis to commercialize or partner with them to serve the patients in China. And also we introduce the new technologies to China to help the patients. So we can name some of the new technologies we listed below. And the second is we do the go-to-market innovation models. So this innovation model see that the macro environment of China is changing very fast. We can see the VBP, we can see the DRG, etc. So we expect more. But we have very well established the commercial team, professional education team in China. So we can use the infrastructures to work with the local partners to commercialize the products to help them. And also, you know, we have new technologies. We have the AI solutions, we have the real world evidence, we have the generation of evidence-based medicine, the infrastructures. We also have the digital platforms, not only for the surgeries, but also for the professional education infrastructures, etc. And also we have IoT, product sourcing, supply chain, etc., and patient education technologies. So this platform can serve J&J, and also we can also leverage this platform to serve our partners. We don't need to over-investment or do investment. So this infrastructure is here, we can help. And also we do have the innovation engines. So we have innovators, a lot of the associates, R&D, commercial, etc. Can imagine. We have a good cultures in J&J that is real credo based. And also we have the mechanisms. And so we do feel the strong tailwinds for innovations. We can read the news from the government. So the Chinese government is really emphasize on the innovations. So you know that, so by 2030, China will be the healthy China, the target that is set by the Chinese government. You know that, so I always talk with the government. By 2030, China for sure will be a big companies in health because of the aging populations and the big population size. But on the other hand, we should be a strong country, strong players in the health. So we need a lot of support for the startup companies, for the innovative technologies to really serve the patients. By the end of this decade, probably the life expectancy of Chinese will be probably the same as the US. But the health, the life expectancies, we are still behind the US. So that is improvement areas for us. You know that, so that is come back. So in China for the world, so we do this kind of the ecosystems, the value chains. So we do want to save more patient needs, to standardize the procedures and treatments, and to accelerate the medtech innovations and provide end-to-end solutions. So the purpose is to profoundly improve the patient experience of care in the treatment pathway and explore the potential values of China's healthcare systems. So we do focus on the treatment side, and we do rely on the ecosystem models. We do expect we can work with each of the companies for the purpose of improving patient journey. So that's my presentation today. Thank you. Okay, so if there are any questions, so we have the panel discussions later, so we can share with the team. Okay, let me see. Now, oh, let me see. So, okay, so now let us go on to the panel discussion part of today's sessions. So before the panel discussions, I want to introduce our great guest speakers today. And also, I think that they will share a lot of exciting news and also what they are going on in the innovation side. So today, we have a full panel speakers today. So we have Nicole Boo. So she is from the Tencent Health. We have Matthew. He is from the Cosmo Aesthetics. We have Ethan Chiu from Hallmark, and we have Martin from Cogniente. So all these the guest speakers will share what they are doing and also answer any of the questions I have, and also probably you will have for them. So before this panel discussion, what I would like to ask the panel speakers to briefly introduce yourself. So who are you? So what is your company, your mission, your journey, and what do you think the trend will be in the digital technologies, and also any of the opportunities for collaborations. So let us do this panel discussion. So who will be the first? Maybe the lady first. So how about you, Nicole? So do you want to introduce yourself?
Yes, hi everyone. It's a great honor to be here. This is Nicole and I'm from Femtech Health. We're creating a one-stop shop for women's health, powered by our Biome AI engine, which is solely for women's health data. And I'm currently the head of Asian operations and managing business collaborations and also like business development and product sourcing in the China and the Asian APAC region. Great meeting everyone.
Okay, thank you, Nicole. So how about you, Ethan?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes, pretty good.
Okay, good. Hi everyone. My name is Ethan. I'm currently head of China for Hallmark, managing the local operations and also the BD efforts for our China sub. So Hallmark is building the largest real-world evidence platform starting from behavioral health. So we are on a mission to reinvent behavioral health and transform life through real-world evidence. Yep, thank you.
That's great. So behavioral health is kind of the new trend in this healthcare. So we do want to get some of the shares in the coming discussions. Okay, Matthew. So we will leave another lady for the last one. So okay, the Matthew. So would you please introduce your company a little bit?
Sure. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Matthew Jafarzadeh. I'm the founder of Cosmo Aesthetics, which is based in Australia. We were founded back in 2015, and we are focused on the digital health at-home market using emerging disruptive technologies. And the primary business opportunity that we are interested in is at-home diagnostics, medtech, beauty, skincare delivery, pain management, and patient remote therapy technology. So we obviously realize that it's an area that is well researched, scientifically proven, and to be safe and non-invasive. So we are very passionate in this space and believe that this technology could be on the cusp of mainstream acceptance. So thanks for having us today. Thank you.
So that's great. So we are healthy and also we want to be more beauty. So that's what targets. Okay, so Martin, so we have another the female guest, so save the best for the last. Okay, would you please share something about your company?
Sure. First of all, it's a great pleasure to be here today. So Maureen, I'm the co-founder and CEO, and at Cogniente, we're really focused on accelerating patient-led neurological research. So we do that by novel data collection, expansive phenotyping, and clinical state prediction and outcomes measurement. And at Cogniente, we believe that the solution needs to be digital first and clinically validated. And so we're using passive data collection in order to alleviate the current challenges around mental health and neuroscience, specifically around large patient dropouts and low adoption and adherence and patient engagement when it comes to clinical trials. And we're paving the way here in APAC by using digital biomarkers in order to do that. So it's great to be here with you guys on the call today.
Okay, thank you. So I have some questions for the panel. So the first, so I want something to Matthew. So we should be the male first right now. So what are some of the consumer trends you have seen in the healthcare space recently? Do you think digitalization is changing the consumer habits and expectations when it comes to the healthcare?
Yeah, that's a great question. Previously, the practice of medicine was a profession based on a natural science that required specific knowledge and experience, which only a handful of experts possess and applied in face-to-face setting. But now, with the development of digital technology, the internet and all the information that we have available to us as consumers, consumers are becoming more educated, more knowledgeable, and more constantly challenge the status quo. So the role of the physician has evolved to managing and treating chronic conditions that previously were not assessed with long-term survival. So in order to be successful, physicians must evolve their use of technology beyond the stethoscope in order to treat their patients. So as we all know, the cost of providing modern medicine treatments are rising, and the life expectancy, as you just mentioned, it's very important that it's getting higher, and surprisingly, and the World Health Organization estimates that there is a worldwide shortage of around 3.4 million health workers in the world. So at the same time, technology advances extremely fast. The hardware software revolution is taking place rapidly, and in my opinion, with the access of adoption of technology getting higher and the risk of patients primarily turning to an accessible and unregulated technology solution for their health problem is likely to increase. And without a doubt, the world is shifting towards incorporating artificial intelligence and digital and remote therapy, thanks to fast internet and advances in applications. So historically, they're more accurate and that traditional medicine. So definitely digital health is going to take over.
So I have follow-up questions for you. So Matthew, so how you feel the COVID impact the digitalization in the healthcare systems worldwide?
Well, definitely, COVID has had a massive impact in digitalization. Obviously, patients want to be less in an environment where they could be exposed to airborne infection and obviously the risk of catching the virus. So digital therapy has been a great tool for doctors to be able to treat their patients. We have seen an increase in demand in terms of using AI and fast internet incorporating in digital technology worldwide, which is welcome news. And that's why many companies, insurance companies, and global investors are interested in investing in digital technology, being so crucial in this day and age that we're living.
Okay. Thank you very much, Matthew. So Martin, I have a question for you. So, the mental health is a very big areas, and especially when the society is well developed, we will find people have more needs for the mental health. So I'm very confident for the future of mental health. So what do you see as the key gaps in the mental health arena here? So as unmet needs from the patients, from the physicians, and how is Cognient looking to fill these gaps by leveraging the new technologies?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question, and probably one that I'll contextualize thinking about actually what are some of the drivers first, driving mental health. And it's actually aligned to a lot of the global trends, right? So when we see the population aging, there's much more prevalence of mental health and neuroscience or neurodegenerative related disorders now in the market, and especially in Asian populations like China and Japan, in terms of having some of the largest prevalence of dementia and Alzheimer's. And then when we think about that, like contextualizing that with digital health and technology is widespread, there's a huge use case for using technology in a way to support mental health in a much broader sense. And I think if you look at where the space that we operate in terms of the last count of that was 7 out of 8 drugs for mental health actually never come to market, and they fail not because necessarily there's not a good patient drug fit. They fail because there's huge problems with adherence. There's an 88% dropout rate from neuroscience clinical trials, episodic. And so at Cognient, I think when we think back to even what we're doing, so and you showed the patient journey from all the way from awareness through to treatment. I think what we're trying to do with our solution is to fill the gaps in technologies across that patient continuum. So looking at how we can support awareness, early detection, adoption, and adherence and treatment post follow-up. So I think this is all underpinned by our technical solution, but at the same time, I think that there's a flip side to that, which is looking at the gaps around, and to Matthew's point, around how do we actually upskill the clinical workforce in order to tackle, in this instance, mental health, but in order to tackle, there's huge chronic disease and population health management that we just actually don't have the resources to do so. So in order to do that, we're thinking at Cognate, we're focused on leveraging those new technologies in order to then support the gap around resources, but also to support the gap around just patient adoption and engagement.
Oh, and so I have a follow-up question for you, so Martin. So we all know that mental health is a big market, probably even bigger than the cancers, right? But we all see, as you mentioned, so the failure rate in this arena is really high. So I think it's really a high risk, high return, probably the track. So how would your company manage the risk in this in these areas?
I think as a company, we focused on partnerships, right, in order to de-risk what we're doing. So, we're partnered with some of including Johnson & Johnson, we're partnered with some of the leading, biopharma companies, but also some of the research collaboration that we're currently doing. So we've got 5 clinical trials on at the moment that are all with large tertiary institutions and teaching hospitals in Singapore and in Australia. And we're also thinking about, we've just signed a contract now with Monash University in Australia, together with Philips, to focus on, real groundbreaking, medical devices, plus using our solution in order to drive significant patient outcomes. And I think so for us, partnerships has been key. We also want to leverage, other technologies that have been utilized previously. So we don't believe that necessarily technology is our moat, but our moat in terms of what we're doing is to focus on, digital biomarkers, but enhancing that through, quantifiable, portable way of measuring mental conditions in real world. So everything that we do is focused on real world evidence as well.
Okay, thank you. So I have a question for Ethan. So where can be the opportunities for the innovators to make a difference in your field?
So I think in general, I think for our, for mental health, or for, for the broader term behavioral health, I think digital therapeutics has become a very hot area recently. So for example, like FDA, recently, approved like, Akili for the ADHD treatment by allowing children play games. And also, from the China side, I think CDE approved the MyPK feed from, there's actually a lot of, booming, I'll say, therapeutics coming in this space. And I think as we talk about like digital, is taking over the, in the future, playing a more important role into the healthcare settings. I think for people who is trying to start their own company, or, is or on the way to establish their own startups, I think digital therapeutics, especially in mental health, is a very good area for them to focus on. But the challenge is digital therapeutics they have a huge difference from digital solutions. So you have to conduct your own clinical trials to prove it's really, it's really working, it's valid, instead of just like, it's a different, I would say, from the clinical logic, or also a different business logic. So people have to pay very like a lot of attention on the difference, and then
that so it's a behavioral medicine is quite new term to the society. So even for me, right? So if we some of the kids, so we say they're different. So the parents say, okay, they are just naughty, or my kid is unique. So how do you think the whole society are ready for the behavior medicines even for the administrations? Are they ready to adopt this technology to active the patients?
So I think to me personally, I think we're still a couple of years away from that adoptions. But so basically, I think we have to take one step by steps first, because right now what we are doing is we are trying to create digital solutions for we call EPRO, like electronic patient report outcome. We believe this is the first step because it takes time for user to change their mindset or change their like user behaviors. So our strategy is to get people to use the apps or use the digital solutions to report their in mental health to report their like PHQ-9 questionnaire scores every week or WSAS like testing for every other 2 weeks. So it's actually like a step. It actually will take from the parent side or from the children's side, like parents sometimes are concerned about, okay, like my kids, if I allowing them to touch spend a lot of time on the side. Yeah, I mean there's a lot of concerns in China settings, or like parents really care their grades, and then they don't want their kids to touch phones. Like so, when we actually establish ourselves and getting the parents or kids used to leverage the device or leverage digital solutions to deal with their daily, I would say, treatments, then we can move to the next stage of moving from the solutions to the therapeutics, because it also takes 3 to 5 years to prove a new therapeutics to work. So actually give us a good time to us to educate our user or educate our patients, and then when the time comes, I think it will just naturally progress itself.
Okay, thank you, Ethan. Thank you. So it's a new area, so we hope that we will make a great leap on that. So more patients, they even don't realize that this should be treated. It's a disease. Okay, exactly. Let's come to Nicole. So you know that the female is 50% of the sky in China. No, probably in the world is the same. We expecting the female playing more important roles in the world. So what are some of the trends you have seen within the female health, and what is and the femtech? So how much of this related to the digital?
Yes, thank you, George, for your introductions. Female is really important in the populations, no matter in which regions in the world. And especially we see that, for example, in the US, actually women are making 80% of the health decisions in the family. In China, it's also really close. That's women's also being a dominant role in families making healthcare decisions. And in some city in China, like Chengdu or like in Shanghai, that's especially like more in that case. So it's really interesting that, and I am glad that we're in a really good positions in women's health. And to answer your questions, what are some current trends in femtech or like women's healthcare technologies nowadays? I think one thing is that more and more digital adoptions with like compared to before, it's just like physical products or like traditional methods of care. But now, especially after COVID, it facilitated a lot of like adoptions, making it comprehensive solutions, not just like physical products, but now we see like physical products, services, plus like digital services, such as like online doctor, like telemedicine, or like health coachings we can see. So, and also we see more and more of like digital diagnostic solutions, like home-based digital diagnostic solutions in the field too. So comprehensive solutions bring women's like much more easiness to access care, especially when they're so busy taking care of family and at the same time working. So that's actually what we do at FemTech Health. And that's our mission, to remove all the hustles for women to like find solutions for care like everywhere, and also care solutions for each women's at each stage of their life.
Okay, that's great. So you know that female is great. They have the burdens on the career and also on the families. You know, today is my wife, so I say, okay, I have to tell him that you have to take care of the kids this morning. Even today is Saturday because I have work to do as I'm a male. So, so I have a follow-up question for you, so Nicole. So your target for female health. So have you ever thought of how to activate the male side to get more awareness to support the female partners of them to get their attention to help the female of the in their life?
Yes, that's a great question. So just a little bit more background about us, about FemTech Health here. So one of the co-founder of FemTech Health is actually a male, Kimon Angeles. He's been best known as the co-founder of Livongo, but he is also a man, like a male partner here. So we as co-worker with him, we know that he has a really strong like family belief and great family. I think this is like a great evidence that as like man has been like more aware of like females' health. So we see like more male founders in like femtech in like female care nowadays. So it's kind of like an evidence of like it's getting like more awareness and more mainstream the concepts of femtech. And at the same time, I think like to answer your questions of like how to get more awareness of like male partners, actually there are nowadays of like OBGYNs in China, for example. They are you know, like when males are not when males are having like, for example, like reproductive problems or issues, actually like female has to push them to get the like checkups at the doctors, etc. But like what we want to do is to like get more educations out there to help like male to understand that they actually have to like initiate like to do those checkups, etc. So we look forward to see like more male and also like there are 3 males at this panel, so get the words out there to help us to like to help us word out for women and women's care.
Yeah, definitely. So Martin, so Matthew, so when we talk about the females, they always link to the beauties, right? So what are some of the opportunities you see in the medical devices fields, in your field, and any areas that excite you at the most?
Market trends, especially now we're talking about, let's talk about Asia. It's prime for rapid healthcare change. We can see that this is really fast shifting the demographics, they're raising consumer expectation, technology, innovations, and limited legacy health infrastructure. Collectively, I mean, these factors could really enable governments and payers and providers and consumers to reimagine their healthcare delivery and management as a whole. So in response to these trends, the consumer-centric digital health ecosystem are forming across Asia as extremely fast speed and scale. So today, the estimate shows that digital health in Asia could collectively create up to 100 billion in value by 2025, up from 37 billion back in 2020. So we can see quite a raise CAGR in that trend. So I'm personally interested in remote learning and digital technology, whether it's in skincare and beauty. Definitely, that is something that has a great market demand. But you know, without that, COVID has changed the world in how we tend to choose contact-free, touch-free, risk-free, and cheaper options for eventually less exposed exposed to transmission acquisition of airborne pathogens. So there has never been, in my opinion, a greater time or a demand in remote patient therapy. And I personally think digital therapy will take over many aspects of traditional medicine very soon.
Okay, so I have a follow-up question to you, to Martin. So we know that Asia Pac is a very high demand for the beauty side, and also you know that because of the cultural background, maybe the Asians have different mindsets, definitions of beauty, or than the Western societies. Like in China, so we think that the white is good, but like the US and Europe, maybe they like the tint. So how do you think that we can transfer some of the experience of knowledges from the Western society to the Asian society to match the local needs?
Well, that's a very good question. But at the same time, this would require a lot of obviously the social and economical trend exchange and evaluation. I mean, the Asian Pacific Economic Corporation, which organizes 21 Pacific Rim member economics. They promoting sustainable growth and free trade and economic integration across the entire region. So in order to exchange that sort of culture across the West to the East and West, interactions with the actual consumers themselves and manufacturers. So in terms of the beauty exchange and that transition, I believe that by the help of AI, and again, going back to digital therapy, these distances could really become smaller, and consumers could really use the flexibility of the technology in their own need, whether it's looking better, reduction of the pores, lines, wrinkles, or improving the skin texture. There are some physical technologies that are used in modern medicine, in modern clinics that could really improve those sort of issues and concerns. And there are some other non-invasive and more user-friendly devices that we currently see. There's quite a big trend and demand in the market that consumers are purchasing and using at home to really deliver the result to themselves. So definitely for technology has created that unique device and technology for that specific need, which is great to see. We didn't have this a few years ago, and definitely COVID has really fast-tracked that transition. So
okay. Okay, thank you very much. So Ethan, so I know that your field is quite new, and so have you ever worked with other companies to drive your vision? And in your view, so how is the collaboration important of the futures for the mental health?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, well, we definitely work with a lot of companies to drive our vision. So basically, we through two pathways. One is through the SaaS, software as a service. We have launched our new products called NeuroBlue, which is the first real-world evidence platform for behavioral health. So we have a lot of pharma companies who actually subscribe our evidence platform, and to help them to generate more insights for different, I would say, disease within the mental health categories. And second, we are partnering with lots of pharma companies to do a co-development of the digital solutions to address there's a lot of unmet needs within the, I would say, mental health disease, for example, MDD, like major depressive disorder. So the current scenario is we are actually lacking the data when patients step outside of the hospitals. You have your EHR or HACE systems in China to capture all within hospital settings, but once the patients step outside, you just lost track of how he or she's doing on a daily basis. Is she or he really adhering doctor's prescription? There's a lot of data set we can capture to kind of make up the loss, and then whenever they came back, the doctors can leverage the whole patient journey data to help them make their better decisions or precise decisions for their individual patients. And also, I think it's very important because whenever you work in healthcare, I think pharma companies and also insurance companies are the two leading players in these ecosystems. Like for startups, for any companies, you have to find a business model to collaborate with them. So for us is we both work with leading pharma companies. For example, like you work in J&J, so we have lots of collaboration with J&J. Also,
hello. So
like trying to we're trying to be hello.
Yes, we can hear you right now. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Oh yes, okay now.
Oh, okay. So collaborators instead of their vendors. So we for a startup like us, we want to help them to better serve their patients, better serve their clients. So that's how we position ourselves. Yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you, Ethan. So the Marion. So what do you see as the role of the digital in the transformation of mental health treatment? So what's your opinion on that?
Yeah, it's a great question, and one that's probably evolving, based on the digital trends and the adoption of digital health. I think, if we look at what we believe at Cognion is, if we look at the end-to-end, patient care continuum, there's a huge role that digital has in transforming mental health treatment across that continuum. So everywhere, everything from awareness and supporting from, the initial screening and patient recruitment to diagnosis and to treatment and to monitoring. And I think when you think about digital, if we can access more patients, if we can support them being, engaged for longer, if we can ensure that they're adherent to their treatment protocol, whether that's their medication or their education, it will definitely, and research has suggested that will drive better patient outcomes. And so for us, I think, the future of mental health is, digital mental health and digital psychiatry and digital psychology. And I think, mental health has probably been one of the areas that is last to be disrupted, just because of the essence of the business and the medico-legal risk around, some of these patients and just the stigma attached to mental health. And I think, what COVID has probably fast-tracked especially over the last 12 months, is this whole change in behavior and mindset around how we can use digital in the treatment of mental health, especially around everything from, working from home and the stresses that creates to actual, ongoing engagement and adherence as well.
Okay, great. So you know that, so Marion, so my job now is to do the market access. So I'm really curious about some of the questions related to the function. So what do you think the system for mental health will look like? So what are some of the pillars are missing? So we need to lobby the government and lobby the society to fill in the missing pillar for the mental health.
Yeah, and so is your question, what are those pillars, or how do we lobby the government in order to change their perception around that?
Yes, the government or the public.
Yeah, I think it comes down to reimbursement and to regulation. So, we see now, especially around like digital biomarkers, we see, Europe and the FDA, and now even Australia, in terms of having software as a medical device. So we're seeing, countries actually adopt and define and develop, regulatory protocols around digital and how that would be applicable to any indication or therapeutic area, including mental health. And so I think that's a huge gap in terms of just bringing a level of comfort and understanding and standardization around some of these solutions that we have in the market from a regulatory standpoint. And then the secondary to that, I think, is understanding the reimbursement pathways. And if we look at APAC as opposed to the US, as opposed to Europe, it's very different. And so really understanding where you play in terms of your go-to-market strategy and who's going to reimburse you for your services. I think as a company, that should be front and center in your go-to-market strategy, and that's what we try to focus on in Cognient as well.
Okay, thank you. So Nicole, let's come to you. So what do you see is the trends in the female health, and how our current digital technology can help the trend to coming to true?
Yes, so for your first questions, like the trends in females' health, like one, I think is definitely like what just mentioned, is that like more integrations in digital solutions to like the traditional methods of care, including like telemedicine or like digital therapeutics, or like some mobile, like home-based diagnostics tools. But another trend I think is important is like beauty in and beauty out. So that's something that is like the integrations of beauty in and beauty out, and also like the general consumers like perspectives into like like the beauty in is important like for beauty out. So compared to before, people just like look into, like their outer appearance, like skincare, but now they understand they have to be healthy internally in order to be healthy or beauty on the outside. So that's another trend we see largely right now. So there are many collaborations opportunities, or we see the trend there for like beauty companies or cosmetic companies to integrate like supplements, products, and also like healthcare solutions. And that's also like large parts of what we do at Femtech Health. We also acquired a few beauty companies such as like Birchbox and Mirror Beauty for building out the personalizations for personalized beauty products for like each one, and also complements with like supplements and other like internal like health solutions to those beauty products. So that's trends we see there.
Okay, good. So Ethan, so we have a private question for you, so you can help the audience. So I have a question for Ethan. Are your company using digital therapeutic for treating ADHD?
No, we are not. So I made an example for Achilles. Yeah. So we are not. So right now we are not treating ADHD. So our big focus right now is on the MDD side, because that's the, I would say, most populous, like like disease areas. Yeah.
Okay, okay. So I have a last question. So I think that for the entrepreneurs is difficult, is a lot of challenges, especially for the females. It's even more challenging because of the life, the career, etc. So I have this question for Maureen. So how do you think the incubation help you to in this as an entrepreneur?
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, it's around networking and community, right? And I think that for any founder, whether they're female or male, or where they're from in terms of their ethnical background, I think that having incubation and being able to focus on partnerships is key, especially for me in terms of getting leverage, or in terms of Cognient, in terms of leveraging. Two minds are better than one, and I think that when you can connect with partners, or you can incubate ideas in a way that such as JLabs, Johnson & Johnson, I think that gives you access to a network that we wouldn't otherwise have. And so it's a real critical success factor for us as a company, being able to have that access and leveraging, even the likes of some of the panelists here today, like, and just being connected to these individuals, because you never know when your networks are going to bear fruit in terms of actually being able to accelerate what you're doing. And I think, it's key. All of us are focused in a slightly different area, but we're all focused on patient outcomes and enhancing patient outcomes and using digital in order to do that. And I think having that centralized core value is really key in understanding that, we don't all need to solve all the problems, and our company isn't going to solve every problem around mental health, but somebody is, and a company is. And if we can leverage and partner in what they're doing, whether that's a research or a biopharma company or another startup, that's where we want to focus our energy and our effort.
Okay, thank you. So the exciting time always flies very fast. So we need to wrap up this panel discussion. So before I wrap up, so would you please, each of the panels, give 3 words to describe the futures of your work? So let's start with Ethan. 3 words.
For me, it's beyond the pill. So we hope to leverage more digital solutions to help with, daily treatments for the patients.
Okay, Matthew.
Inspiring changes. These inspiring changes could be at the root of many innovations that we currently see, and whether that is in mental health, Marion just mentioned, or Nicole or Ethan. I think it's a combination of all technologies together that inspire us to bring the changes to the market and have a better future, free of disease and more healthier life. Okay, Nicole, please.
I think it's excited. It's exciting for me personally. It's exciting for our company, FemTech Health. And I think it's also really exciting for like the whole world. So we'll be able to, be engaged in this like fast-paced, digital revolutions of healthcare.
Okay, thank you. Then Maureen, you're the last.
I think for me, the 3 words would be digital patient first.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, all the guest speakers, and hope you enjoy the dialogue today. And let's see each other next time. Hope that the COVID will pass very soon so we can face-to-face have this exciting event. Okay, have a nice day.
Good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Thank you, George, and all the panelists. I think that was a very interesting and engaging discussion. So let's move on with the agenda of this morning. Next up, we have Douglas Corley, who's the CEO of DHB Global. So Douglas is going to walk us through the future of biotech in the pandemic, the aftermath of the pandemic, but from a blockchain point of view. Yeah. So Douglas, I'll hand it over to you now. Yeah.
Okay. That's it's quite a bit for me to focus on. So as I'm getting my slides and everything ready to go, and I'll try to do a screen share. Let me just give a little bit of background. So I'm a biomedical scientist by training, and I pre-COVID was really just deeply focused on what it is that we're doing and how it is in Asia and specifically in mainland China, where the healthcare system is, where the digital infrastructure gaps are, and helping overseas technology companies. I actually know the previous group, I know Hallmusk quite well, and helping them understand how the China market operates, really. I worked in a Chinese research lab for about 3 years. I worked at Peking Union Medical College. So I have a pretty unique perspective on China and Chinese health. COVID hit and everything changed. And I want this talk to be a bit of an overview as opposed to prescriptive. I have my opinions, but take it with a grain of salt. Can you see the screen all right? Is the screen share working okay? I'll take silence as a yes. Okay. Let's see. Yes. All right. Thank you, Nicole. So what do we mean? I think in order to know where you are, as I was just doing for COVID, you have to look to the past. Biomedical science, my previous life was exactly this. You work in a lab, you pipette, or you're a clinical practitioner. You see, surgical operating rooms, or you do interventions on your own. It's not exactly collaborative, so it's very much working in isolation. Presence, what we're trying to do, and this is a very apt image of a virus. So what we're doing right now is we're trying to find ways to help the scientific and medical and finance and tech community speak the same language. Why are we trying to do that for all of these various stakeholders? We can all understand that one of the major outcomes of COVID is this incredible and unprecedented 12-month turnaround time for vaccine developments, starting with isolation, drug discovery, all the way to manufacturing. And now what's happening is scaling up the manufacturing. I really sincerely believe not just the use of mRNA, but even if you just look at Sinovac, Sinopharm, and some of the inactivated viruses, the pace at which this happens has never, ever happened. It typically takes 5 to 8 years. We did it in months, and then the trials lasted several months. So having a common language is going to allow for all of the fancy acronyms, the AI, the blockchain, the IoT, the blah, blah, blah. But the point is, it's getting these people who are normally in a lab and also normally in an operating room together with these people and making sure that they understand what problems they're trying to solve. If you're doing research, what data you need, how it needs to be structured. So for example, if you're trying to do a clinical trial, do you want to have retroactive or proactive data sets? Do you want to be able to understand what the outcome is and how close you are to achieving that outcome? Or do you want to require that the data capture structure that you have allows you to do quarterly reviews? Very, very different. And these guys are not going to be able to communicate it to these guys easily. It's incredibly important. And what we saw during COVID is that, you know what? We have the beginnings of a common language. And the reason all of this is so relevant, this being all of these omics, is this is where we're headed. The ability for an mRNA vaccine to be rolled out as effectively as it is one use case for application of multi-omics. So quick background, the genome is the language, it's the blueprint of your entire body. Metabolome is how your body makes use of metabolites, generates metabolites. The transcriptome is all of the ribosomes and all of the connecting pieces that the mRNA vaccine, for instance, utilizes. Microbiome, it's your gut. It's all of the bacteria that sit inside your stomach. And there's very, very early, relatively speaking, but strong evidence of how important the microbiome is. We just don't know nearly enough. And the phenome is actually your phenotypic expression of your genome. So for this, for those of you kind of old China hands, you can look at Fudan University. There's some fascinating work happening coming out of Fudan and to some extent Shanghai Jiaotong in the phenomics or P4 space. This is what it ultimately looks like. So being able to take information like this, so the metabolome, the laboratory results, you go, they take your blood, they tell you, are you healthy or not? They measure your lifestyle. Are you actually doing the things that will keep you healthy or not? Is your body responding, and is your body, what is your biological age? How well is your gut responding to things over time? And you can see genetic traits is a small portion of this. So your genetics is important, but all of these other things have a very large impact on exactly how your day-to-day life and day-to-day health is going to come out. And the proteins, these are the, again, going back, this is all the transcriptome. So here I have written how to leapfrog in a health system. And for the purpose of blockchain and healthcare, I think the one big thing that I've seen is trust with governments, trust with regulators, trust with your data. We've all lived digitally for the past 18 or so months. And depending on your age bracket, I'm 36. What I've noticed is people maybe over the age of 40, 45 are far less comfortable being online that often. And moving forward, they want to have a trusted system that they are comfortable with and familiar with. So depending on the age category, trust is either going to be very digital with digital natives, or it's going to be a blended experience. This is where all of those fancy IoT acronyms or AI acronyms come in. So you need to have trust in order to have access to data. Without this, you have nothing. The actual data itself that's generated, again, coming back here, looking at how it is that your laboratories, your biomarkers, digital biomarkers were mentioned in the previous talk. Higher biomarkers are allowed to be able to understand conditions, and being able to take a very complex thing such as, what is it that's causing this phenotypic expression of these biomarkers, and being able to structure it, as I was describing, for clinical versus basic science researchers in a way that allows to make and drive impact. And the most important thing is quality of care. So I'm an American who's lived in China for 9 years. Due to COVID, I actually ended up in Thailand, where I am currently calling from. But what I'm passionate about most is health systems. And so I'm always fascinated about how health systems around the world look. And every 6 months or so, when you are able to visit again, how things have changed. And so I've been able to watch China's health system change pretty dramatically over the past decade. And same thing with Thailand or Vietnam. But really understanding how developing countries' health systems are changing, especially in Asia and Southeast Asia to that end. This is the frontier. This is where everything is starting to change. Everybody wants quality of care. Everybody wants more access to quality of care. Everybody wants things to be a little bit cheaper, but there are constrained resources. And so, the big thing here is, okay, so we have data, we have a way to try and build trust. What does that look like exactly? One structure is everybody is familiar with is an electronic health record system. So you can capture patient records. You can have all of the medicines that are prescribed, the patient history taken, all of the insurance and the reimbursables taken, and then the list of outcomes and update and follow-throughs that the clinician requires. So a digital backbone that allows the patient to have access to all of their own takeaways and outcomes, and also allows the doctors and the clinics to tailor to specifically what they're looking at. So for example, I'm quite fortunate. I was able to stay in relatively good shape throughout COVID. Unfortunately, a lot of people have developed comorbidities during COVID, further exacerbating the impact of the virus. And one of the issues with that is, if you are too sedentary during a time like COVID and you get the COVID infection, it's actually been shown, I'm not sure if it's quite published yet, but the IDF, the International Diabetes Federation, has found a strong linkage between COVID infection and diabetes, type 2 diabetes, T2D. So the point is, these problem lists are going to be more and more important, and having a backbone where the patients can understand what they need to do, the doctor can understand it, and then the particular disease, the pathogenesis of disease is understood. So whether it's obesity leading into pre-diabetes, into type 2 diabetes, or it's you're a healthy person and you're just trying to maintain your health over time, making sure that this is a very dynamic system that you are able to tailor how you would like, and the different medical clinics are able to tailor. And again, some of the previous speakers kept mentioning the role of regulation. Completely agree. It's very important that regulation is front and center in all of this. And in fact, the electronic health record, from my perspective, that's the kernel. That this is the bedrock foundation. If you can regulate effectively how best to capture data, who owns what data, who has access to what data, that's going to go a long way. So again, for me being on the ground here in Thailand, the government here just changed policy in the last 6 months. Maybe it's more recent, 3 months. Patients now own their healthcare data. There was a survey done within the last 30 days. 90% of patients here still don't realize that all that medical data sitting in hospitals in Thailand is theirs. So there's been a policy that's been implemented been published and talked about, but if the patients don't have the understanding, this is really the most relevant part for patients. Behavior isn't going to change. And this is really what it comes down to. We want to improve over time. Bedside care, this is what doctors truly care about. I can't imagine, doctors, young or old, saying, you know what I want to do more of? I want to spend more time staring at my computer tablet or my laptop or my desktop. No, what they got into medicine most oftentimes to do is solve problems and explain the complex issues to a patient, bedside manner, right? So that instead of just a smirking face, you actually get positive response, right? This is the magic of medicine, where you can actually have a patient understand and be okay with some pretty significant changes to their life. I'm very fortunate. My father was a doctor. He recently retired, but this was the thing that was always emphasized to me. And as I was trying to make my way into healthcare, this was the thing that fascinated me the most, is really the relationship. And I think technology's role isn't to replace a clinician, but to make sure that this type of work is as automated as we can make it. I know I haven't quite yet hit the core with blockchain, so bear with me. This is where we're headed, toward a balanced care for individuals, meaning you have all these medicines and you have all of these bottles. So finding a one-size-fits-all solution just doesn't exist. And for those of you keeping score at home, there's always these these phrases thrown out every 3 years, maybe every 5 years. Personalized care, patient-centered medicine, precision medicine. It's all talking about this, so don't let the phrasing confuse. It's really, what are we trying to achieve and how far has the technology come? So how far has the technology come? We already have quite a few things. This was an AI system that is actually able to calibrate machines and actually do certain kinds of injections. In 2018, two innovators, 3D printing in healthcare. And if you look even more recently, there's an incredible amount of work happening. A very dear friend of mine named Alok Metropali. They have done some incredible work for not just 3D printing in basic research, meaning helping companies do clinical trials and more ethical research for cosmetics, but actually for allergies, and ultimately working their way into being able to do entire system grafts. So, being able to build a hollow structure before they can build a complex structure like a heart valve or like an entire organ. So I know this seems incredibly far-fetched, but from 3 years ago to today, it's taken many, many steps forward. This is an article that was talking about how incredibly common it is as of 2019. Again, many of these things more or less got put on hold. DNA samples that are able to be collected and used, whether it's 23andMe or it's Ancestry.com, which obviously they work hand in hand. The use of this information, really, as you sign up, a lot of this information is being handed over. So the question of who's monetizing it, so far, the answer has been companies. You sign a waiver and you give them full access to everything. What you're seeing today with Facebook, now Meta, and a lot of social media platforms trying to change is that this narrative of who's monetizing your data or DNA is very slowly beginning to change. And I really believe in the next 5 years, it will be very common, whether it's a social media platform or it's an e-commerce platform or it's a web browser or it is a health tech company. The entire economics around data flow and data monetization will change because of you, because the average person is saying, no longer do I want to sign everything over. So what needs to happen? We actually need to have trust. We need to know that all of these data hacks that continue to happen won't be as invasive. It depends on where you live in the world. There are some incredible issues that come up very regularly. And let me see if I can skip ahead to one particular. Does everybody know who this is? This is Christian Bale as Dick Cheney, and this is the real Dick Cheney. When he was still in office in the White House in the US, he had a pacemaker put in. Say what you will about the man, but as an individual who has autonomy and rights for his health, his pacemaker was able to be accessed by remote computers and phones and devices. So whenever he traveled overseas, fun fact, his pacemaker needed to be turned off from the very modern IoT setup to actually a very old school setup, because they could, if people wanted to do bad things to him, all they had to do was hack his pacemaker. This is a real issue. And this goes all the way back to what I was saying about building trust, making sure there's forward-leaning policy, making sure that industry is working well together. So you have the computer people speaking with the medical people, that they understand each other. Even today, if you go to Stanford Medical or UCSF Medical or Oxford, Cambridge, and you go into a neurosurgery department, I can guarantee you, you open your laptop and you will see access to people's shunts. A shunt is a medical device implanted after brain surgery to reroute fluids in the brain. Point is, data security and safety for these things hasn't yet caught up. It's 2021, and it's been an issue since the early 2010s, which is where entrepreneurship comes in. We're right in the middle of all of these things. So data security, to be kind of harsh, data security doesn't happen very often in healthcare. And what I often hear from clinicians is the issue is you do not have the two sides of the aisle speaking very well together. So what blockchain is able to do, for example, going back to mRNA, vaccines, the Moderna, the Pfizer BioNTech, is speed up clinical trials as one example, from 5 to 8 years down to less than 1. In the future, I can promise you that we will do a lot more data sharing, and blockchain allows us to be very comfortable and safe with how our data is stored due to its encrypted nature. Currently, 50% of all clinical trials are delayed, 85% fail. Patient retention is the #1 issue. 80% of trials are delayed by at least 1 month. And if you know how much a clinical trial costs per year, 1 month is about anywhere from $10 to $30 million. So depending on the type of trial, it can be 800 up to 6 million USD per day. And we also have fragmented health records. So I'm sure wherever you live, trying to take your medical records from one hospital system and porting them into another, it's a pain in the butt. Clinical trials don't happen in a very effective way, although there's been a lot of progress to make sure that you can have access to global remote clinical trials, tracking the medicines that you're taking so that the doctor knows if you're taking a specific medicine, you cannot take this other medicine. The fancy term is contraindicated. You're not able to take one while you're on the other. Insurance, making sure that reimbursements is happening, and also for medical tracking, making sure that you can take these things. And the last thing is making sure that there's an actual market so that the individual, again, going back to this idea of the patient being in control of their own data. Healthcare data is the most valuable data in the world. That's not even close. And yet we haven't really had that great awakening yet, allowing people to feel like they have value and that they're simply giving their health record over for free just to be able to be seen in a hospital is not something that they need to continue to do. So finding a way to merge each of these pieces together so that that data market or that individual biodata fingerprints of person X, person Y, person Z is viewed as valuable. Creating an actual market around this will continue to happen. So each of these issues is being addressed. The fragmented health records, data privacy, insurance and reimbursement fraud. Again, as an American, this is an incredibly obvious issue. This year, fake drugs, supply chain verification. I think COVID has made this abundantly clear to all of us. Payment systems, and I have a Visa card, and depending on where I go, may not be able to use it. And actual patient recruitment and data availability. So imagine if you have a rare disease, God forbid, or your family member or loved one does, being able to go online and find a way, not just for them to find a community of people dealing with a similar issue, but to actually be able to understand what to do. And beyond that, there's hope. There's a clinical trial underway that they can have access to. Short of that, being able to say, raise a flag, almost like sending a tweet into the health data market universe and say, this is me, here's my information. I'm sure there are many others like me. I need help. And this is in its infancy. What we're starting to see is that these types of recruitment platforms and these sort of data platforms are making life a lot better for patients, especially around rare diseases. In the future, as again was previously mentioned, is biomarkers, really understanding how these things change over time. So the pathogenesis of disease. So the overall market has a CAGR of 14.1%. This was from 2020 all the way to 2035. As of 2018, it's valued at 36 billion USD, and it's going to reach 91 by 2025. I imagine if I looked this number up due to COVID, we'd be much closer to this number already. These are all the people that we need to have involved. Again, regulation is key, but we really need these two to be speaking very well together. And I think, again, because of COVID, everyone understands that health is front and center now. So hopefully we already have these two more or less, at least thinking about the problem, but making sure that we can have the medical community, scientific community, and programmers speaking very well together, I think is incredibly key. So with that, I want to say thank you so much. I want to stop my screen share and give a few minutes if there are any particular questions. So.
Thanks, Douglas, for that very interesting presentation. I just give the audience a minute or two to see if there's any questions. Sure. But we really appreciate that. Yeah. Fiona, any questions? I'm not sure I'm capable of seeing them, but please, Fiona, let us know if there's been any questions from the audience.
No questions so far. Sorry.
Okay.
Yes.
Good. Okay. So I think, George, thanks once again for your time. Thanks for the engaging presentation. And if it's okay with you, well, we'll turn over to the next session.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Great. Okay, so next is another panel discussion. We're gonna discuss about the aftermath of the pandemic and how this has fast-tracked digital health. Yeah. So I'm very fortunate to have three very interesting and three very different panelists for this session. Yeah. So we've tried to bring together a little. Let me switch on my video. Sorry about that. So we've tried to bring together three different panelists from three different backgrounds and representing three different type of companies. Yeah. So we're lucky to have members from VC community. We're lucky to have a representative of Big Pharma, and Big Pharma who has played a very important part in this COVID pandemic, yeah, and a very exciting startup who's in digital health and who hopefully will let us know how this pandemic has affected both positively and maybe negatively their growth. Yeah. So let me just check in that all three participants are online. Yes. So William, do we have you on?
See the visual, and do we have audio as well?
Great. We have William. So Emily, I can see you.
Hi, Robert.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And finally, Jiliang, are you there?
Yes, loud and clear.
Great. So I think what I'd love to do is to give each of you at the beginning a few minutes to sort of not only introduce yourselves, your personal background, and a little bit your journey through healthcare and through digital, yeah, but also try to give us a little bit of flavor of who you're representing today on this panel, yeah. So let me start with William. Please, William.
Thank you very much, Robert, and hello everybody, and I'm very pleased to be here. And well, I lead Pfizer's Digital Innovation Lab, and in China as well as across APAC, well, minus Japan. And so we are essentially the leading force in open innovation and within the organization. I can go into a bit more detail into explaining what open innovation is. And but however, before I joined Pfizer, and I actually came from a very different background. Some would say a multifaceted one. So I started my career on the other pharma R&D side, and before making the transition into healthcare and technology investment. So I was in a position to be able to evaluate a huge number of different activities and assets within the industry, and I felt like I needed to understand a bit more about entrepreneurship. Hence, I kind of took the plunge into the startup community. So I was bridging the gap between China and the West of introducing different and life-saving technologies and systems into China and in reverse. And so joining Pfizer was a very interesting decision at the time, just amidst the start of the pandemic. And having seen a lot, and I certainly have played a very active part in propelling the digital innovation forwards in a kind of a COVID era. So very nice to meet everybody, and hope you all have fun today.
Thanks, William. Fascinating background. We hope to hear more on how that sort of long journey in healthcare has helped you in this open innovation role. Yeah. So Jiliang, please, over to you. You're representing the entrepreneur side in this panel. Yeah.
Well, thank you, William, and hello everyone. My name is Jiliang Ma, and I'm the CEO and founder of Module. So what we do is typically a digital health company. That's why I'm here, and we are focusing on the family health, and we start with fetal monitoring and child health by developing our own hardware and software to monitor unborn babies and also post-born babies' vital signs. And I want to say one big traction is since 2017, we have successfully saved more than 130 fetals, which is unborn babies, just in time. So I think this is one big social value that we can contribute if we are doing a digital health company. Yeah.
Great. And what's your background, Jiliang?
Yeah, so well, I graduated from the University of Wisconsin-Madison back to like 10 years ago, and I joined a Google-backed company startup in China, and we developed like AI speech, basically Chinese Siri algorithm, and that's how I pick up the algorithm technology and also hardware, wearable devices. And then start from 2015, I started this my own company.
Great. And you're Hangzhou based, right?
Yeah.
No, you're Hangzhou, right?
Yeah.
Great. So, and finally, we have Emily, who's representing Moonbay Capital. So let's say the investor side of the panel of today's discussion. Please, Emily, if you can background about yourself and your firm.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you for having us today. So now today I'm stand for my company, Moonbay Capital. So we are capital set up in 2017 in San Francisco. Then we joined Chinese markets in 2019. So we mainly focused on healthcare and life sciences, and also some of the technology related companies' investments from the seed stage to pre-IPO stage. Yeah, so we as a capital, apart from we invest companies, we also operate two platforms in China. So the first one is we introduced the UC Citrus and Banato Institute. It's a research lab and it has more than 20 years history. It's also a research lab for technology and to contribute to social impact through technology solutions. So we operate this institute, Citrus China, in Hangzhou currently. And another platform is what I'm in charge of now. We are planning an accelerator for our startups. Yeah, in terms of my background, actually I'm not in healthcare or a medical background, but I had experience in some companies in this field, like 3M was my first employer, and my last employer before I joined Moonbay Capital, I worked for Microsoft for startups. The global department of Microsoft. Yeah, so I got the opportunity to meet many interesting digital solutions, and also some like digital healthcare companies. Yeah,
great.
That's it.
Thanks. I'm sure a lot of the entrepreneurs who are joining us today will be very interested to hear about what you guys are looking for. Yeah. So I think I'm going to start with a big boy on the panel, which is William representing Pfizer. Yeah. So I think why don't you give us a little bit of a picture? What does open innovation mean to Pfizer? Yeah, because William, you said that you are sort of spearheading that effort, or sort of creating a little bit that effort, especially in the APAC region. Yeah, so it'd be interesting to know what you guys think open innovation is, and maybe give it a little bit focus on China.
Sure. I mean, first of all, the concept of open innovation is by no means Pfizer's own. Right. And I mean, as a matter of fact, the entire framework came to existence probably in the late 60s or the 70s, but the utilization of which did not transpire until the dot-com era, right? And so the Silicon Valley was leading the way and into practicing open innovation. What it really means is that in addition, instead of trying to understand the problem and create a solution based and only on your own understanding, you actually open up, you actually break down the silos of an organization, of a company. You actually make the entire world, or even the ecosystems that you're in, and make them aware what kind of pain points, what kind of challenges that you're experiencing. So in that way, different companies and different market participants, they could come from different vantage points, all right, and they will evaluate the issues and with multiple angles, and then they can come up with very innovative solutions that can just basically break the traditional boundary of closed innovation. Mm-hmm. Right, and to give you a very good example, and typically what pharmaceutical companies do is that, okay, and we've understood now there is a particular therapeutic need of a patient, and then the relevant team, they'll wake up in the morning and they will mobilize the internal development team, or they may even hire an external supplier or vendor to come and develop a solution based on our own understanding of where the pain points are. But as you can see, this is very limiting. You're always operating within the confine of healthcare, of pharma, and essentially your own comfort zone, right? And that's not going to work going into the future if we want to evolve and future-proof our business. Hence, in China, I joined Pfizer about a year ago, and I started this lab, and it took us a while to kind of workshop all the key stakeholders, the leaderships, to make sure they're actually on board with this concept of open innovation. And it's a journey, it's very tough, right? So I spent like 50% of my time preaching to people, re-educating them about the new format of innovation, what the future is all about, and making sure that they're actually comfortable and with this kind of a style of co-working. And earlier this year, we launched Pfizer China's first ever vaccine open innovation challenge to address the vaccination awareness and of pneumococcal diseases within the young family and their support systems, because everyone is aware of COVID, but that's not a whole universe. There's a lot of things going on outside the circle of COVID, and so we started on that one, and so we opened up our problem statements to the world, and we scouted for startups, and with very interesting, disruptive and transformative solutions. And through the process, we evaluate those opportunities, and we decided to go ahead with a few pilots, running experiments to co-design, to develop, to test those innovations, whether or not that's something that's going to fly. And as a matter of fact, that's how Jiliang and we came to connection, and we became acquainted. So, and their company is one of our star companies, and that we decided to kind of collaborate with. And recently on the CIIE, we launched our first rare diseases challenge as well. So just to give everybody like a taster flavor of what open innovation can do and can transform our sector and everybody else.
Great. Just a short follow-up, because in one of the panelists before mentioned the phrase beyond the pill. Yeah, thinking beyond the pill. Obviously, Pfizer is known for its, let's say, its pill. Yeah, the #1 pharmaceutical company in the world. Yeah, what does digital mean, or what can digital bring to a company like Pfizer, and what do you guys or what does your team look for in terms of digital health solutions?
That's a huge question. It's a very good one though. And so essentially, so where I see and where the business heading towards. I mean, as we all know, that the blockbuster model had went out of the picture like 20 years ago. Yeah. Even though there's and so there is a kind of a stubbornness within the industry, and that I feel that because human and I mean healthcare and is one of the top priorities, and along a life cycle of a human, and so they'll have to get the kind of the physical product to kind of help them become well. Well, that is only part of the equation. The other equation is that going forwards, and the how do we better understand the needs of patients as well as the healthcare professionals? Are there new ways that we can close the gap in communication, and so within those key stakeholders, within those for those end users, right? Without digital, we will never be able to do things effectively and efficiently. And so that's number one. Number two is competition, right? Not to mention the other sort of pharmaceutical companies in the world. We're also talking about interlopers from other industries, whether that is e-commerce, whether that is the infrastructure developers, right? And they're all playing a larger part in healthcare. So at Pfizer, we need to understand what it is going on, and how we can actually work better with them. And not to mention the startups, because large companies, let's be frank, large companies sometimes are not as good as innovation as the small ones. So, and the startups, as they innovate, as they are like a really hungry, very entrepreneurial, and how what can we learn from them, and what can we offer them in return in order to co-create this world system, and the local ones as well. So hence that's the kind of it may be a quite big answer, but but ultimately digital is not an option, it's an essence, right? It's a path that one has to walk in order to survive, let alone being successful.
Great, very true. Yeah. So let me switch over to Jillian, and I think I was reading a report recently about the sort of the numbers for hospital visits, outpatient visits here in China. How the drop in the numbers, obviously post COVID. Yeah. So I'd be interested if you sort of can run us through a bit what you guys do and how COVID has impacted. Have you seen a positive trend in obviously those patients that are not able or not comfortable to visit hospitals so regularly? Have you seen them switch to platforms like you? I mean, if you can give us a little bit run through your business model and a little bit the impact of COVID it has had over the last year or so. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you, Robert. And also thanks to William. It's an honor to cooperate with Pfizer. And so, as I said, just in the introduction, what we did is a wearable device and smart medical device to help mothers at home environment to monitor their unborn babies. This is one big product line in our company. And here is one good example. So in 2020, when the COVID-19 just starts, we actually donated more than 1,000 hardwares and also accompanied with the software and services to the mothers in Wuhan who could not go to the hospitals because of the lockdown, but they do need to do the checkups because they got pregnancy, right? They need to know their baby is right. So so this is how the story happens, and we help those mothers to do the checkups like 3 times or two times a day, even more frequent than they traditionally go to the hospitals. And inside of the mothers, we actually saved 3 babies because of the frequent checkups, and we figure out several hidden risks. Mm-hmm. And this is how we can see the mobile health, or we say digital health values, because I think digital way can connect hospitals and the patients more efficiency and also in a more frequent way. So yes, I think we are going to expand our product line from the fetal health to the female health, like a postborn mother's health, and also to the pediatric, and also in the future we will get into the elder people's health too.
Great. So just as a follow-up, because I picked up on something that Douglas said in his slides before, which was a little bit about trust, a little bit about that face-to-face communication, especially I'm talking obviously in the context of what you guys doing is about female health, especially about pregnancy, which is you know, it's a very personal journey. So and it's usually a journey that involves, you know, not only the patient, the woman in this case, but the whole family around. Yeah. So how do you guys overcome what maybe from outside could be seen as, you know, less personal type of interaction, which is digital? Yeah?
Well, that's actually a very interesting question. We faced a big problem at the first when we just launched our services, because most of our customers, they were questioning our services because they will say, are your doctors AIs or are your doctors robots? Because when we try to provide them instant and fast services, we wrapped the services into a report, like our patients just feedback reports quickly without face-to-face talk or without audio talk. So we figured out several different ways. So for example, we force our physicians to record a short period of video or audio when they give the feedback report to the patients. And so the patients, they can actually hear what this human doctor says about my situation, not just a kind of a paragraph of like wordings. So this is one solution. And the other solution is we try to open up and all the physicians' background and to keep their background transparency. So, so we can build up a little bit patients' confidence. And yes, but it's still a big challenge for us right now, but we are on the way to figure it out.
Great. So switch to Emily on the VC investor side. Yeah. So I think it's interesting that you guys are sort of Silicon Valley or US origin, but came to China a few years back. Yeah. So I'd like to know what differences or similarities do you see, and what sort of opportunities to collaborate in the digital health context between the US and China? Have you, I have a feeling, maybe China is at the forefront of this, but I'd love to hear you guys, because you do play on both sides, both US and China.
Okay, so actually in US, as I mentioned earlier, we not only invested like healthcare or life sciences related companies, but we also invested like some very advanced technology companies like Zoom and also Xiaomi and others. Well, so like we believe that the most advanced healthcare or life sciences related technologies are still in like US and Europe, these regions. And in China, we also have some really good startups, but mostly the team background, the founders or the co-founders, they had the overseas study experience, especially in US and in Europe. So we believe, so compares the technology side, we think there's still a gap between the Chinese medicine or healthcare startup comparing with that of in US or in Western countries. So we are looking for, even in China, we are looking for, because we invested in early stage startups in companies. We care more about their team backgrounds, their why they do this startup, their technology, their strengths, and yeah. So we will mainly look for teams. They have the study or working experience in US or Europe in the healthcare field. Yeah.
And you guys have invested, like you said, in some of the more established technology names like Zoom or Xiaomi, you said. And I picked up on something William said about the opportunity between different digital platforms, different digital models to collaborate. Yeah. So do you think that there's you guys as investors, do you think there's an opportunity to consolidate, or is it an opportunity to have a more open-minded partnership model? For example, e-commerce and platforms like Jillian's. Is there? Do you think do you see good opportunities? Do you think that is a future?
Yes, we believe, and just like William mentioned, we believe that digital technology or solution should be an essence, but not an option for like medical or healthcare companies, because through technology they can improve their efficiency, accuracy, and yeah, they're also their technology. So So we do look for companies who combines also digital like AI, machine learning with healthcare and the medicine.
Great. So let me just switch on a final note to sort of the role of regulation and government, especially in the China context. And maybe, William, you know, I think we all agree that the government here has given tremendous support to innovation in healthcare over the last few years. Yeah. So have you seen any attitude changes, any openness post-COVID, any significant things you've seen change from the regulator's point of view towards supporting digital health?
Oh, sure, absolutely. And I mean, when it comes to the regulatory framework and the pathway to approve or even disapprove certain technologies or products, that you see a gradual shift from the very, how should I say, the kind of the waterfall fashion to a more adaptive and to a bit more flexible and modality. And hence this big old topic of compliance, right? And it is a journey, I believe, that the regulator goes on together with the industry participants, because this is something, in order for us to create something that is suited and for a market like China, with a lot of uniqueness and idiosyncrasy, and not one party and can work by itself and create a one-size-fits-all solutions. So Pfizer works very hard and to maintain this constant dialogue and with the policymakers, with the innovators, and with the digital experts, and how can we actually create a long-term framework that is healthy for the entire country, for the entire sector. And what can we actually learn, for instance, from the US FDA and like from the European agencies, and then, but not just completely replicating the model. We actually need to find something that is like so as I said, customized and for a unique market like China.
Great. No, I think that's great. I think it's so important that a leader like Pfizer engages not only obviously the traditional conversation with regulators, but I think establishes dialogue with innovators, entrepreneurs, because obviously there is a lot to learn both ways. Like you said, sometimes big organizations move a little bit slower, but small organizations need to know how you guys think, because you have maybe a bigger, broader picture about the global healthcare. Yeah. So I think it's super encouraging that you guys have established a strong foothold here and are helping local innovators, entrepreneurs here like Jiliang. Yeah. So I've been an entrepreneur myself, so I know about how tough it is. So I really would sort of like to close with the entrepreneur on the panel, which is Jiliang. Yeah. And sort of where do you guys want to be in 5 years? Tell me what's the big goal for you guys, your big ambition. Give me the picture of you guys in 5 years.
Yeah. So we want to be the leader and also the forerunner to connect hospitals and patients. And an even bigger phase, we want to connect healthcare to people's normal life, like a routine life. And because what we can see now is healthcare services in hospitals, they are kind of separate. They are kind of independent to our lives, and not only from the paying system, but also from the services, channels, providers. So yes, we want to be the leader to use technology to help the healthcare become more efficient. And
from a company point of view, where 5 years, go public, strategic partnerships, where do you see yourselves?
Well, we are not a bit eager to go to IPOs. If there is a chance, definitely yes. But we also see that healthcare is too complex, and especially there are so many big heads. For example, Pfizer, right? And we also have a lot of Chinese big heads here. So we can see that as a startup, we should pay more focusing on the innovation, and then leave all the resources of big channels to those big heads so we can cooperate. And that's, I think, another way of healthcare innovation.
Great, great. So best of luck for the future. I think you guys are doing something very exciting, very remarkable, and some of the stories that I heard today and when we talked over the last week are very touching about how you've helped women and unborn babies. Congratulations on the journey so far. Yeah. So it's 12 o'clock sharp. Some of the audience might be getting hungry. 12 o'clock here in China. So I don't know if there's any questions. If there is, please feel free to quickly type them in for our three panelists. Yeah. Otherwise, I just want to remind you that we're going to take a short break, about an hour and a half. We will be back live at 1:30 again. So please make sure you join a couple of minutes before, so you're all set up to listen to the exciting sessions that are set up for this afternoon. Yeah. So Fiona, I can't see any questions arriving here, but I'm not sure if
still no questions from the audiences, so we can just finish this morning session, and we'll back.
Great. So yes, thank you very much for this exciting morning, and we will be back. Thanks, William, Emily, thanks, Gillian, and thank you to all the audience. Thank you. See you later.
Yeah, with
then.
pleasure. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Hi, Fiona, just to let you know I'm here. Okay. Welcome back to the second part of the Future for Health conference here in China this afternoon. Welcome to Europe, Africa. Good morning, guys, and good evening to the Americas. We are live on WeChat and YouTube. My name is Mark Wächter. I'm the host for the second part this afternoon. I'm also the chief evangelist of Future for Health, and let me guide you a little bit into what Future for Health is. Let me start to share my screen. Just a sec. Sorry. Okay, so Future for Health is a global society which drives digital health, which is born and raised 5 years now in the ecosystem of Medica. Most of you are familiar with this global medtech platform, as well as Medical Fair China. If you want to see what we're doing, just follow us on LinkedIn or WeChat. Basically, we are a global platform which tries to create an innovation ecosystem for digital health. We all know that it's still difficult to get the doctors and the vendors and everyone connected to the startups, and that's the mission of Future for Health. As I said earlier, we are now alive and active since 2016. Here in China, we are now the 5th time, and of course, we're doing shows all over the world. As we drive digital health, of course, we deal with all kind of technologies which are on these charts, whether it's all around mobile, whether it's IoT, the Internet of Things, whether it's data or AI. And of course, nowadays, if you say digital health, you mean life science, you mean medtech, biotech, health tech, you name it. So that's the cosmos we are operating in. We are globally a bunch of ambassadors from all over the world. If you get in touch with us, if startups get in touch with us, these are mentors you can talk to, and they're all experts in different fields, and some of them you will also meet in the course of these 2 days. First of all, you know, these kind of conference on a global scale out of China couldn't have happened with strong partners. And that partner here, Healthcare Dialogs, is our premium partner. Those guys rock. A big shout out to Jonathan Hacking and team. They helped us to put together this conference. They are associated with Future for Health since some years now. We meet them here and there in Shanghai and Shenzhen and other cities. I think they are born and raised out of China, but nowadays they are a global force in the digital health scenario. So thank you guys again for helping us here. And then of course, for doing a 2 days conference like this, you have many partners. Just to name a few, we have Brink on board, also live here on the show. Tomorrow we have SOSV on the show tomorrow. Today we have Xnode coming up, and tomorrow also the Shenzhen Open Innovation Lab. So I think earlier this morning DHB Global spoke. So that's a bunch of partners we just need to make this happen. What can you expect? Well, of course, we deep dive on both days, and probably, hopefully some of you already have been with us this morning. You can expect a deep dive into digital health. That's easy. And of course, China is on the forefront. China is extremely innovative market. They are deep into AI and blockchain and other technologies, and health is really benefiting from this. So lean back and fasten your seatbelts. The Future for Health Society takes a closer look now, and the first, let's say, highlight this afternoon is a fireside chat, a format we invented some years ago. And I would like to welcome now on stage with me, Sharon Chen, who is the head of JLabs in China. And Sharon, please come on stage, and then let's start the fireside chat, please.
Yeah, we will play the video later, right now.
So the fire is burning. So this shows you that we are starting one of the famous Future for Health fireside chats. And with me on this virtual stage for the next 25 minutes is Sharon. Sharon Chan is head of JLabs Shanghai at Johnson & Johnson Innovation. Welcome, Sharon. Hope you feel cozy at the chimney fire.
Thanks,
Yes?
Mark. Good afternoon. Absolutely. I love the fire.
So the idea is that, I probably have to explain this a little bit to the global audience, that we kind of virtually smoke a cigar, if you don't like it, we kind of virtually drink a cognac, and we are sitting somewhere, wintertime is coming here in Germany and also in northern parts of China. So we are sitting somewhere in the Himalaya mountain in a nice castle, whatever. It's snowing outside, and we both sitting on a leather chair, and we deep dive into what you are doing, why are you where you are today, and what has it all to do with health and digital health. So let's start. I, of course, am brief, but probably the audience would like to hear it from you. Why are you where you are? So what brought you into this kind of health domain and the job you're doing today?
Thanks, Mark. And that's a really great question to start with. So firstly, I've been in the healthcare industry for 22 years. But when I first started with the Gates Foundation, never would I actually believe I'd end up back in Big Pharma again. 8 years ago, I was head of Asia for ARIS. And, I was having meetings at the UN in New York. I was working with governments and scientific researchers to tackle some of the world's deadliest diseases. And science has always been my passion, right? Ever since as a kid, I studied biochemistry, and then I did cardiovascular medicine. Straight out of graduating, I went to work for a startup, and then I pivoted into big pharma. So I have worked in London, Shanghai, and Hong Kong. But actually back in 2012, I actually took a time out from my career and had a pause. And I actually asked myself, what would get me out of bed? What am I most passionate about? And I did some research online, and I noticed that Bill Gates was back then, one of the most influential people in biotech. So after many rounds of interviews, I ended up as the head of China and then the head of Asia for ARIS. And working on tuberculosis vaccines.
So you met him, or you spoke to Melinda and Bill?
No, I worked for the foundation.
Okay.
But during this time in Beijing, I did that for 5 years, and I had a lot of exposure working with pharma, startups, academics, governments, even high net worth individuals, patients, communities, clinicians, and so forth. But it was during that time that they came to realize something tremendously important, that if any company or if anyone wanted to ever develop like a vaccine and make it affordable and accessible, one would always need a commercialization partner. So during that time, I learned that no matter how much money you have, including if you're Bill Gates, no matter how much money you can throw at the problem in healthcare, unless you have an industry partner, that's when you can only get it to commercialization. And that's how I ended up back in Big Pharma at Johnson & Johnson, working on global external innovation.
Wow, what a career. I think it's also valuable that you took a break, right? To kind of readjust what you're doing and kind of look back into what you studied, because that was huge. You were, as you mentioned, you were in different cities and different backgrounds. So now working for somewhere like Johnson & Johnson could be a nightmare, but it's also a great opportunity. So tell me a little bit more about your day-to-day life. So how do you kind of, I know that you're sitting on the board of Johnson & Johnson Innovation China. You certainly discuss things on a global scale at a company like Johnson & Johnson. So how does a country like China profit from this kind of global discussion within Johnson & Johnson, and vice versa? What do you bring as a Chinese woman into the organization?
Thanks. So a lot of questions there, but yes, indeed, I do have the awesome responsibility of being the head of JLabs at Shanghai, which is Johnson & Johnson's largest incubator in its global network. And we do have 13 incubators. We have 13 JLabs worldwide in North America, Europe, and of course, Asia. Now, overseeing the largest one in partnership with the Shanghai municipal government, the Pudong area government, like with all of our JLabs, our goal is to really accelerate innovation and help entrepreneurs take their great ideas of today and transform them into the breakthrough solutions of tomorrow. And along my career journey, be it at university where, yes, indeed, I was one of the few females studying chemistry versus males, and, in the industry as well, as we see over time, quite male dominated. I couldn't think of a better company than Johnson & Johnson that supports women leadership. So even myself in this role, and as chair of the China Innovation Council, other female leaders such as Dan Wang, who heads up Johnson & Johnson Innovation, and Sylvia Chen, who heads up our lung cancer initiative in China, and Wei Wu, who I work with very closely, heading up our investment strategic arm at JJDC within Johnson & Johnson. We do have a powerhouse of women leading forward in China in the space of innovation. But what does actually JLabs do, right? And how does that, go back to your question, contribute to building and accelerating an innovation ecosystem in a place like Shanghai and China and for Asia? So JLabs are no strings attached incubators. Our startups that we incubate, they come in, and from day one, the idea is that you can get started fast. We provide them with infrastructure, we provide them with access to capital, and we provide them with mentorship, along with educational programming and many other things. So for these small companies, it's like getting the benefits of a big company. So again, that they're very capital efficient, and we offer a flexible model. So again, that they can grow fast.
Okay.
Today, go ahead.
Before we deep dive into that, I first want to know a little bit more about what do women bring into the digital health ecosystem. So women by nature are mothers or whatever. My wife always cares for the medicine at house, in our household. So is there a specific thing, because you mentioned you are many women now in your organization, which is great, also on top leadership positions. Is there something you as a woman bring into the game, a different perspective or on health and the health ecosystem, health continuum?
I would say at Johnson & Johnson, all of us leaders are purpose-driven leaders, and we're all guided by our credo. But each one individually, male or female, right, we all have our North Star. And our North Star is probably guided by, where we were educated, how we grew up, and the experiences that we have. So, indeed, I am a mother of two. I'm a wife as well. And there are responsibilities. But again, I would say I know what's important for myself. For me, it's about putting patients first, putting people first, putting our customers and shareholders and communities first. And, how I lead is really through servant leadership. And other leaders, I would say, across J&J, male or female, again, having a very strong mission, being very grounded, having humility, and having that authentic leadership style, I think is very much the culture of Johnson & Johnson.
I like this North Star thing. That's great. You have been recognized by Forbes China as the top 50 women in tech in China. So can you do you act as a role model for young Chinese women or Asian women or global women?
Absolutely. I mean, I believe every woman, could be a coach, could be a mentor, and could be a sponsor. And it's important, right, that we treat each other with respect, and that we can continue learning from each other. So, whether you talk about hierarchy or titles, I have so much to learn, right? Even from all the employees at every level within Johnson & Johnson. And, you know, we also have to look about our community, right? So it's not just also, you know, my role as JLabs at Shanghai. There are other initiatives, for example, that we can work on internally that have greater impact than our work that we have. For example, I do a lot of work on the Credo. We do work on Professionals Day, supporting WeSTEM 2D, women in the field. And then, of course, there's the work on diversity, equity, and inclusion. And that is super important, in particular to Johnson & Johnson Innovation, where, at least with JLabs, from our portfolio of over 748 startups that we've incubated to date, over 30% of them are led by females. So we're definitely beyond just ourselves. I think we're all mentors to one another. There has to be allyship and you know, a community that we can lean in on as well.
Okay, you're now talking so often about JLabs. I think we need to start to talk about JLabs. So to set the scene, can you give the audience a little bit snapshot on how you judge the current situation in the Asia Pacific digital health ecosystem? So what's going on? What are the kind of hot topics currently, not from China, but from the Asian Pacific area you're dealing with?
Sure, I'll probably start big picture first, and then I'll zoom in on a couple of examples, right? Perfect. And I can give you a couple of startup examples that we're incubating. You know, so JLabs at Shanghai, right now we are at 62 startups, 40 of which are current companies, and the rest have graduated. But these startups work in areas across pharmaceuticals, medical devices, and consumer health. And health tech digital spans across all of these three sectors. Just a quick breakdown to give you an idea of the portfolio. Currently, 51% of our startups at JLabs at Shanghai are actually from overseas, from outside mainland China, such as from Hong Kong, Taiwan, Australia, Korea, Japan, Estonia, United States, and Canada. And the entrepreneurs that lead these companies, as I've mentioned, a significant number of them are female leaders as well. But these CEOs come from all sorts of different backgrounds. So some, for example, are first-time entrepreneurs, whereas others are serial entrepreneurs, right? Where they've built, sold multiple companies on the go over the past decades. Specifically to your question in terms of the digital space and kind of what kind of healthcare startups do we see emerging right in front of us? Let me give you a couple of examples. Us2AI, for example, this is a Singaporean startup, fast-growing medtech business, and they're looking to improve patient outcomes and expand healthcare access using AI to democratize Echo, the most commonly used tool to detect heart risk. Then we have another company called iSensor, a JLabs company from Taiwan that's got a diagnostic platform using your smartphone, right? That connects with the rest of healthcare, and it turns your smartphone into a diagnostic instrument for immunochromatographic assays to diagnose infectious disease, chronic disease, women's health, and so on with clinical accuracy. And then the third example I'll try and give is Helios Bioelectronics, right? Where they're developing a semiconductor-based diagnostic platform for precision medicine with AI, cloud computing that can be applied to sepsis. And I also recognize at this meeting today that earlier on there would have been a panel discussion with some of our other tech startups, such as Fentep Health, Hallmusk, Cosmo Aesthetics, and Cognient. And I also recognize that straight after this fireside chat, Mark, there is also a presentation from Life to Life, another JLabs at Shanghai resident that we have incubating with us.
See? Excellent. let us understand this a little bit better. So if I'm a startup in Estonia, why would I decide? You told me that they decided for JLabs Shanghai by purpose, not JLabs Texas, whatever. Yeah, so that's correct, right? So why do they decide for Shanghai? Do they want to conquer the market? Do you offer different things? I don't know.
That's a really great question, and that's also something we're very proud of. At J&J, we believe a great idea can come from anywhere. So whether you're in Asia and you're looking to go outside of Asia, or you have a great innovation from outside of Asia that could come into Asia. But essentially, when you come to a JLabs, be it in the Bay Area, New York, Toronto, Houston, or Shanghai, it is really quite a rinse and repeat model where we offer, the infrastructure, access to capital, educational programming, and mentoring. But your question specifically is, why would an overseas company come into China? And really, I think that is because of the unmet need. So when I look at the overseas companies who are in the JLabs at Shanghai portfolio, each one of these CEOs is driven by the unmet need about how they can apply their technology, their platform, or their asset to the population in China. And those popular therapeutic areas, let's call them, would be in areas such as lung cancer, skin health, consumer health, self-care, microbiome, cell therapy, gene therapy. So it is about making the impact. And again, if you're an entrepreneur, for example, in Australia, and you're developing something, for example, in pulmonary hypertension or in skin health, again, as an entrepreneur, you want to basically go where patients are and where you're going to make the most impact. And so those are the reasons also, why people come in.
Maybe also, China is spearheading technology, meanwhile, globally in various sectors. And so maybe that's also a reason why I, as a startup, would join in a lab in China to get ignited by this kind of blockchain, AI, 5G surrounding, which is alive and existing in China and not in other parts of the world.
Absolutely, and that would pivot us onto the topic of collaboration and networks, right? So again, our entrepreneurs, our innovators, and even ourselves at Johnson & Johnson, we recognize that no company should have a monopoly on innovation, and that we need partnerships, right? We need to embed ourselves into the global hotspots of the world where life sciences is. And that's why we also have, for example, a presence in Boston, London, San Francisco, and Shanghai for our innovation centers. So again, we can kind of go to where these unmet needs are, where the markets are, and we can actually help our entrepreneurs build partnerships and help these startups, build the connections, do clinical trials locally, understand the unmet needs and the environment, because definitely it's not unusual for now startups, and we see that with JLabs, where you could have a startup coming from Singapore, but immediately would also want to take residency in Shanghai, as well as in JLabs in New York, as well as in JLabs at DC. So in the old days, one might want to develop an asset, get it into clinical trials, get it onto the market first in North America. Then you'll kind of wait, do it in Japan, then you'll kind of wait, and then do it in Europe. Sure. But not with these startups now. They go really into the key markets early, and they go in fast.
And of course, there are lots of advantages, as you just said, to join Johnson & Johnson. Can you kind of give an advice to startups who are still saying, hey, I don't want to bind me to a corporate because I don't know, they take a stake in my company, blah, blah, blah. So you call it yourself open innovation model at Johnson & Johnson. So can you give us a perspective on that one a little bit? How do you treat those startups in terms of how you bind them to your corporate?
Sure. Let me also just kind of take a step out, right? Because when you're talking about life sciences, the journey to commercialization is very different to technology, right? It's much longer. In technology, you can get a couple of guys, give them $100,000 and a laptop, and boom, the next day you've got Didi, WeChat, Uber, TikTok, right? But in life sciences, it's quite the opposite, right? You've got to kind of need business people and science people. You need to collect data, you need to do clinical trials, you need to get regulatory approval. This takes years and years and years. And on top of that, only 5% of the people in life sciences ever make it, right? And you need somebody to pay for all this. So the risks are different, the timelines are different. And in turn, whereas industry will need innovation, small, nimble teams and cost savings, entrepreneurs, on the other hand, need that infrastructure, they need the capital, and they need the mentorship. So all in all, we often say entrepreneurs and industry need each other. But in terms of, could you just remind myself of the latter part of your question?
Just if I'm hesitating as a startup to bind me to a big corporate, on the other side, but on the other side, the promise is exactly what you just said, is, hey, it's such a big journey you have ahead of you if you are doing life science and biotech, and we as J&J are there. So this kind of, can you explain that?
Yeah, I can continue on from that. So the open innovation, right, and the no strings attached model that we have at J Labs. So we do select our startups coming in, but when they do come in, J&J takes no IP, takes no first rights, and only sees non-confidential data. So actually our startups still still keep their entrepreneurial freedom when they come and incubate with us. So, I think that's quite important to give them that flexibility. That's not to say we don't want to do partnerships with them. And actually 20% of our portfolio end up doing deals with J&J, right? So from the 748 startups that we've incubated over the last 8 years in 13 locations, 1 in 5 have ended up doing deals with J&J. So whilst the relationship when we incubate is entrepreneurial freedom, of course, through mentorship, through proximity, through the discussions that we have, and of course, through our selection process, we would love to get more deal onboardings and build stronger partnerships with the startups that we incubate.
Okay, so, and that's probably the secret sauce then, if the startup really decides then finally after a long process for being part of the J&J ecosystem, and then the relationship is much stronger also for the future past. Let's talk a little bit about of your own ecosystem. So of course you're dealing with startups and impressive numbers you shared, but can you tell us a little bit more about the J&J innovation ecosystem? So what kind of other corporates you're working with? What kind of academia you're working with? I don't know. Is there something beyond J&J you promise to startups?
Absolutely. I mean, it's all about the ecosystem. So if I could use, from my role and how I see it from being the head of J Labs at Shanghai, day to day, we work, of course, with our government partner, right? So the government does play an extremely important role in building and helping us accelerate the ecosystem. And that is, of course, the Shanghai municipal government and the Pudong New Area government. However, we do also work with other institutions and governments in Asia Pacific. So we do, for example, work here in Hong Kong as well, and also with A-Star in Singapore, NHRI in Taiwan, and other institutions, for example, across Asia Pacific. So government is really just one part. The other part that we also have a lot of touch points with, at least within J Labs, is investors, right? The VCs. Again, we talked about, one of the challenges for startups is to access capital. And at J Labs, we're very proud that we have an investor hub that is made up of over 90 VCs globally. Specifically in our ecosystem in China, we do have the likes of Lily Asia Ventures, Life Capital, Orbimed, Qingming, and so forth.
This was the timer. You had my timer. Sorry for disrupting you. So this was my 25 minutes timer. I understood that you have a huge ecosystem. You see, we already are done with 25 minutes and we could continue like 3 hours. Sorry for this kind of hard cut now, yeah, but thank you very much, Sharon, for your time this afternoon. I think whoever wants to learn more can get in touch with you or the J&J ecosystem. We learned about that JLabs in Shanghai is a place startups should be. And so I think we see us somewhere on this planet again. Thanks for joining me this afternoon, and say hello to lovely Shanghai.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, everyone.
Bye-bye. Excellent. So we are back here, and as Sharon just said, this wasn't planned, by the way, the lineup, but we have now one of the rock stars of JLabs next speaking, Hailang from Life to Life. He's not just a nice guy, he's very clever and smart guy. We met like 3 years ago, whatever, in Shanghai. Hi, Hailang. And if you see that story, you can really feel the magic of digital health, because he started small and now he's a giant. Hailang, your stage.
Hi, great to see you, Mark. And yes, 3 years ago, that is a great experience in Suzhou, and also with my partner, my German partner, Andreas Butiker. And that's what a great memory. And thanks again for such a great opportunity. And I really feel very honored to participate in this great event, and especially following the presentation and the fireside chat with Sharon. Sharon is like my boss, you know.
so behave. Behave.
Yeah. We as a startup, and we do not have the so I missed that. Okay, I would like to share my presentation from now on. So let me share my screen. All right. So you see my screen now?
Yes.
Yes, all good, Hailang. Just go ahead.
Okay. How can I enlarge it?
Probably you just press the play button on top. There's a play button.
Oh, okay, play button. Okay, great.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, my presentation is called Smaller, Smarter, and Preciser Advanced Minimally Invasive Care. And my name is Hailiang Si. I'm the founder of Life to Life. And we also a JLab at Shanghai incubated startup, and we are a digital health startup. And then next. So let me firstly show you an amazing picture or the image, which is scanned by the newest technology called HIP, CT. So by this image, you can see that the lung, the organ of our body, which is so sophisticated, and you can see very clearly the blood vessels, the bronchi, right, and so crystal clear. And thanks for the groundbreaking technology called HIP CT, and that is amazing. But in the meantime, you can also imagine that how challenging it is for a thoracic surgeon to perform a surgery in this organ, right? And because we are focused on the cardio thoracic area, and our customers, partners are thoracic surgeon, and they rely on the endoscope camera to perform the minimally invasive surgery For example, for the vast surgery to treat the early stage lung cancer. So you can imagine that is really challenging. And sorry, I'm going to show you some bloody movies. Sorry, okay, this one, yeah. So this is the surgical view, right? So it is very different with the previous one, because the previous one is by the newest, most advanced hip CT. So you can see the inside tissues of the lung. But this is the ordinary view by a thoracic surgeon. The view is from the endoscope camera, or we in the thoracic surgery we call it thoracoscopic camera. So you can imagine that to perform such kind of minimally invasive surgery is so difficult and so challenging, and the surgical view is the most critical for the surgeon to perform a successful surgery, especially for the early stage lung cancer. So on this slide, you will see, and for minimally invasive surgery actually is a team effort, right? The guy stand in the middle. He's the main operator, but it's actually a team effort. He has a few assistants, especially the one the stand on the right side of this guy is very, very important team member. You see, all the surgical view is actually coming from the medical device called the endoscope camera, right? The endoscope camera is actually holded by this guy standing on the left side of the main operator, and he's usually the assistant of the primary operator. So you will see, and all the surgical view actually is from this guy. So for example, let's go back to this image, and this image actually is quite okay, but not that perfect, because sometimes you will see it's shaking, right? Shaking because of long hours of fatigue, and we call the scope holding assistant, the scope holder. His arm can be trembling, right? Like trembling. So this will cause some trembling images, and even sometimes you see, you will get this image, right? You will get this. I'm not sure if you can see the. So by this way, how can you perform a surgery, right? The surgical view is even not lost the surgical view. So, and this is the usual case that happened for this kind of advanced surgery, and because of the long hour for fatigue, and the cause trembling or even lost surgical views. So this is dangerous, actually. So up to date. Sorry, let me go back. Up to date, this work is done by the human being, by the people, and it caused a lot of problems, right? The trembling imagery and even lost views, and this work, it looks simple. Actually, it's very difficult. It is not only physically and mentally very required, but also technically. The so-called assistant of the prime operator he need also understand the anatomy of the organ which the primary surgery is performed. Also, he need to understand the whole procedure steps, and he can coordinate and understand the primary surgeon's intention very well. And so by this way, he can perform a good surgery. So if a successful surgery, the guy in the middle is the star, and the guy actually on the right side is the hero behind. But if it's a bad surgery, right, because of the lost view or trembling image, and he's the guy to blame, and the assistant, so-called scope holder. So we create this robotic arm, the flexible robotic arm, and this is fully automatically holding the endoscope holder. You can see this is a robotic arm we developed and in our own lab, in our own office, and it's very lightweight, flexible arm, and the most interesting about this arm is it's fully automatic, and it is driven by AI, by the machine computer vision. So that means the people, the primary surgeon can even do the solo surgery without the assistant, and it's very lightweight, very small. We can even put it on a small suitcase, the 20-inch suitcase, and you can even do the solo surgery. So today is a Saturday. Otherwise, I can show you the real arm on my office. So I think I have the funniest desktop, right? I have a robotic arm to play with every day. So, and all the functions like automatic instrument tracking and the automatic following of the surgical view, all by the algorithm developed by us, by the computer vision, and of course there's a very sophisticated programming, or we call it vast logic, which is working behind. So firstly, I introduced the first problem we solve, which is make sure the primary surgeon or the main operator have the best view, a steady and a very clear surgical view. This is the first step, and then still, and you will encounter the problem with how we perform the surgery. And this slide, you will see this is the latest research, industry research that shows that the more precise technique, like the vast segmentectomy, which is with a similar recurrence risk. Even you will see the red line, right? Even it is better than the traditional or the technique such as lobectomy. So for the patient, right, especially in Asia country like Japan and China, and we are in the aging industry, aging society, and of course, from the standpoint of view or patient point of view, how much to cut, right? Of course, I would wish to cut as minimum part of my organs, especially the organ to breathe, right? So if I were an early stage lung cancer patient, of course I would choose the segmentectomy, which is the more precise technique to perform the surgery. But so that even brings more challenge to the surgeon. And this slide shows a paper which is by a Japanese university, and because the surgeons still encounter a big barrier is how to perform the surgery, right? How to make the surgical planning and to cut the tumor or we call the nodules, right? And by which way? And since he decided the surgical plan, and he need to decide how much edge he need to cut, right? And by which way he needs to go. And this paper shows that there's a research that used the patient-specific 3D CT to guide the surgeon to perform the surgery. Because as I mentioned, the advanced thoracic surgery is very challenging. It requires a lot of experience, and especially the knowledge about the anatomy. So a lot of young surgeon and a lot of the basic surgeon, they cannot perform because they have no idea how to perform it. So this paper shows a solution, a way to do it. But this also brings a challenge. That is because all the CT image is scanned before the surgery, right? Before the surgery, but the scanned CT image, even with some the current modern simulation work, some 3D based simulation, or even some virtual image, virtual reality technology, but still the pre-scanned image, the 3D image, still is very different with that of the real endoscope image during the procedure. Not only because of the sophisticated organ structure and the tissue, but also because of the movement, the always movement of the body, even during the surgery. So that makes a big challenge for the surgical team to perform. So we have a solution called Life-to-Life System D. It's a lightweight digital surgery platform, and we firstly use the robotic arm, or we call it DFS, to perform to provide a steady and a clear surgical view or surgical image, right? And then we are developing another deep learning enabled module. Is called a DSM, or we in other words, it's called a segmentectomy a dynamic segmentectomy mapping algorithm to synchronize the intraoperative image or endoscope image with the simulated dynamic virtual image from the patient-specific CT. So in one way, we provide a very clear, steady view for the surgeon, and secondly, we also give a guidance and how to perform, and even we can using the machine vision to measure some very critical data. For example, the diameter of the blood vessel or the diameter for the bronchi. So the surgeon, they can apply the suitable instrument or the disposables to perform the surgery. So yes, that's the structure of our whole system. So, but you will see, and we are developing a very sophisticated deep neural network to realize that. And you see the deep neural, so-called deep neural network, and you will see how deep it is. It is that deep. Just to show you. And luckily, I have partnered with a very talented thoracic surgeon, and he's also my angel investor, by the way. And we train our algorithm and our deep learning machine learning model from the model surgeon, from his surgical videos, and from his programming habit. From his surgical trajectory and his even his surgical habit. So we learn. We use the data to learn, and then we provide the model to the purpose is to actually to empower the so-called 小菜鸟医生. The 小菜鸟 in Chinese, I translate English is veggie bird, or I translate in English is rookie or beginner, right? So not all the surgeons have the chance to use the Da Vinci, and not all hospitals have has the chance to install the hybrid OR, right? And also not all the surgeons, they are willing to use Da Vinci. So we are using this technology, the AI enabled and the robotic technology and the deep learning technology with the newest computer vision to enable the basic level surgeon to perform advanced surgery. That is all our purpose for our development. And of course, the 小菜鸟 actually that means this is real. And I do have a friend who is a urologist who have a nickname. The WeChat nickname is 小菜鸟. And I really like the word he showed on his WeChat moment. As a surgeon or as a doctor, you do not study to pass the test. You study to prepare for the day when you are the only thing between a patient and the grave. So not only because that means that represents a tens of 1,000 basic level doctors or surgeons, you know. And the 小菜鸟, this doctor is real and real. His hospital is a small hospital in the far rural area. It's a county hospital. So the purpose for our technology, right, like our System D, the lightweight digital surgery platform, is to empower the young surgeon to perform the very sophisticated and surgery, such as early stage lung cancer surgery. So this is the whole purpose for our development. Thank you. I'm not sure if I use all the time.
All good. And stay with me, Hailang. This was absolutely stunning. Absolutely. Thank you for showing me bloody movies at early morning time here in Germany. I always thought of, I have now the picture in mind of eating an octopus. That helped me. Yeah. So stay with me. Let's go into a Q&A a little bit. Maybe the technician, can you show us both on screen? And we just continue with some Q&A. So Hailang, you must have, I saw now deep learning, machine learning, robotics, your company, Life to Life. Where does this knowledge came from?
Yes, that's a good question. Actually, the new development of this robotic arm, actually, we do it actually 1 or 2 years. But all this newly development is based on our long-term expertise and the know-how on the so-called the surgical data, right? 3 years ago, my presentation is quite different, right? And we are more like a surgical data tool company or solution company. So all our new development, our new product is based on our the so-called real-world surgical data capabilities. But we use the newest robotic technology and also deep learning to, of course, and the knowledge from my partner, from my surgeon partner, and we apply the know-how and technology and plus the news technology to the real scenario, right? In our case, is to enable the thoracic surgeon to perform the surgery, early stage lung cancer surgery, more efficient, right? More safer, right? Safer. So, and of course, we are startup. We have a small team, right? And this is a crossing disciplinary areas. And thanks to my previous experience, you know, I have a medical imaging background and surgical system integration background, and and another things I want to emphasize is that I'm good. I'm familiar with the MIS and endoscope very much, right? The main endoscope vendors like Karl Storz, Olympus, and Richard Wolf. Of course, quite a lot of them are from Germany, right? And we are in the industry for quite many years, and our news development, of course, in these 3 years, and based on our existing technology, we also learned, right? As a startup, we also learned. We collaborate with NVIDIA, right? NVIDIA by using their GPU and the GPU computing power and the deep learning and the framework to apply to our scenarios. And of course, the most precious things is actually from the end user, or in our case is a surgeon, right? The thoracic surgeons, and their knowledge and their idea. And this is the endoscope holder, AI-enabled endoscope holder. Actually, the idea is not from us. It actually is from the surgeon, right? We just use our technology, use the flexible robots to realize what he wants, right? He wants, and yes, I'm not sure if I answered your question.
No, all good, all good. And do you have one of those robots live in the market already, or is it still piloting?
So far, yeah, it's a prototype. We have finished. We have completed our proof of concept, and we are now trying to improve it, and improve our algorithm, right? We gotta make sure we will hit our target, minimum viable product, and then our next plan is to do some clinical trial and for the
so
real
use. What's the timeline, Hailan? So give me an idea.
Yes. The robot itself actually is a class 2 device, so it will take short time to prepare for this, but it also we need, as a startup, you know, we need to raising some funds to finish our the CFDA or CE or FDA class 2, and in my thinking, we take about 1 year. Okay. If we have funds on hand, maybe for this kind of a class 2 device, maybe we can take as soon as half a year to finish the clinical trial.
It's a pretty expensive process, I understand, and of course today, you know, we have over 1,000 people now just following us on WeChat. There certainly are some VCs also listening to you, yeah, and maybe also your partnership with J&J also helps very much on this process, right?
Yes, I think so.
You hope so, or you think so?
No. You mean okay? So let me get clear your question. I think you mentioned about the investment. Yes. And we are discussed with some potential investors, and of course, and this area is very specialized areas, and we want a good investor, not a social investor.
Of course.
We want more. We prefer the strategic investor who understand our technology, our industry, and also he can provide some other helps like distribution channels, right? And in our area, and the company like the endoscope company or surgical instrument company, and these are, I think that these are very related companies or related partners for us. So this is what we want. Yeah.
So thank you very much, Hailang. Great to meet you again. Thanks for your time this afternoon. Thanks for being part of the Future Health Tribe. See you next year, definitely in Suzhou or wherever we go with Medical Fair China. And next on stage is now Jay Shi. He is marketing director at ChoiceMed, which is one of the premium partners of Medical Fair China. This next speech will be in Chinese, so folks, international folks who can't follow Chinese, bear with us. It's a 20 minutes presentation roughly, and then we are back in English again. So Jay, your stage.
大家好，我是北京超思市场总监谢宇飞，很高兴也很荣幸有这个机会能在线上通过这样一种方式介绍北京超思的情况和我们一些创新类的产品，也非常感谢 MFC 的邀请。科技制造关怀是我们对外的庄重承诺。那北京超思是一家有将近20多年历史的创新类的公司，我们专注于血氧的开发超过了28年，目前也是国内最大的医疗器械制造商之一，致力于为全球的医疗器械机构和家庭提供创新的医疗健康产品。我们在全球有5家子公司。在2016年，我们很荣幸的加入了红日药业集团。这是我们整体超思的一个介绍。那超思从诞生之日起就持续对于血氧技术的持续的创新。那在血氧的创新领域，在最近这1-2年，我们从血氧技术里面衍生出来了有 HRV 心率变异、呼吸率和动脉血管状态这3种参数。那实际上我们想给客户呈现的是，在不增加任何成本的情况下，给他带来更多医疗参数上的这个提供。那接下来我会逐一的去介绍我们这3类参数的创新的一些情况。大家都知道，心率变异的话，其实与我们情绪和压力的这个人体的这个情绪和压力是正相关的。那我们通过 HRV 的这个采集和应用，更好的指导管理人们的这个情绪。那呼吸率其实是我们重要的生命体征参数之一。我们把呼吸率通过血氧的一个 sensor 传感器，我们集成到血氧里面来，那增加了这个参数的同时，我们在睡眠初筛领域也有一个非常重要的这个应用。那动脉血管的状态也是通过我们血氧的传感器能够得到我们正常人的一个血管状态的评估，那可以非常方便的让这个我们的使用者在既能获得血氧参数的同时，又能评估出我们动脉血管的一些状态。那实际上这3个技术都源自于我们血氧核心的这个算法，我们围绕 PPG 这一个参数衍生出来的这几个功能，那可以更好的为患者提供更多的生理的一些状态反馈。那这个技术本身其实目前有各家公司多少有在做，那超思是持续在这个领域在投入，围绕我们临床的应用，以及说更多的这个产品化的这个方向发展。同时我们也更多的在关注这个临床方面的这个价值，同时我们把它做成医疗级的参数。因为现在大家也可以看到更多的这个市面上的这些产品，有些可能也有这几类的这个测量的指标，但是它都是非医疗级的。那 ChoiceMed 在做这些参数的同时，我们把它做成更具医疗的、更可靠的、更可信赖的，让老百姓用完之后真正的能够得到医疗参数方面的一个反馈。那对于心律变异，我们通过指甲我们这个血氧的传感器得到，那实际上这个本身的产生的过程的话，就是因为你心脏的这个控制系统整个通过这个窦房结产生心电信号之后传达出来的。那这个会传达到你手指的指端，会更好的我们通过指甲的方式，我们一个小夹子的形式把这个信号采集出来。那这个指标跟我们人的这个兴奋度是完全正相关的，跟你的交感神经和副交感神经的这个关联度是这个完全保持一致的。那我们可以通过 HRV 来指导用户进行这个一定程度的这个心理的调节。那我们目前的产品就是用于调节你的呼吸节律。那我们可以通过 HRV 也可以看到你的健康的你的情绪的一个状况，可以表征你健康与否、紧张与否我们可以提示你这样的一个反馈。那 HRV 可以更多的呈现到跟病症相关的，我们从大量的临床文献中可以看到是跟心肌梗塞呀、一些慢性病，比如说糖尿病之类的，还有你的这个慢性疲劳综合症更多的是亚健康状态下的一些你的情绪、恐慌呀、焦虑呀、沮丧呀，那这个都是完全跟 HRV 的这个值是有关系的。那我们整套这个系统就是通过采集人体的 HRV 值，然后通过蓝牙的方式发送到我们手机端。我们手机端有一个非常完备的一个调控机制，实现生物反馈。那这个是我们跟以色列公司合作开发的，基于心率变异的和生物反馈技术，提供更友好的人机交互，那指导这个使用者更个性化的进行呼吸训练。那么我们认为通过这种方式更个性化的呼吸方案，那可以快速让人进入到比较愉悦和放松的状态，那也就获得了我们情绪的管理、这个压力的这个减轻，甚至于改善我们睡眠提高我们的这个专注力。所以这款产品我们一上市在美国就取得了巨大的成功那在现阶段我们也在导入这个产品在国内，那在未来我们也会通过线上的这个渠道，能够让大家能够体验到这款产品。那实际上就是说，通过 HRV 的测量、分析和生物反馈的话，我们从文献上以及我们实际临床应用的角度来看的话，它是完全这个能够实现我刚才说的情绪管理、压力缓解这方面的一个功能。有大量的文献也足以证明这种 HRV 的生物反馈技术是非常对于人的情绪管理是有巨大的价值。那我们在 HRV 的这个技术本上来讲的话，我们搭载在我们这个血氧的这个产品上，那有大量的应用场景可以。我们现在有在很多瑜伽馆呀、运动场所，包括一些心理诊所还有更多的一些有健康焦虑的人群都可以来使用我们这款产品。那用起来也非常方便，在一个安静的环境下，我们有很愉悦的这个音乐，然后配合你佩戴我们这一款很便携的产品，通过 APP 的方式来指导你进行个性化的呼吸训练进行放松甚至于说某种程度上来讲，更接近于我们一个冥想状态下的一个这个状态。那呼吸率是我们第二个我们这个创新性的引入到国内来，而且我们也非常感谢我们天津药监局的这个审批。目前我们是国内首家在血氧上引入这个呼吸率的参数的这个厂商。整个呼吸率速率的话，是我们衡量心脏功能好坏和气体交换是否正常的很重要的一个指标。那实际上正常人的呼吸频率在这个14到20之间， 那这个呼吸的快和慢跟你的正常的生理的这个健康与否是息息相关的。那有很多一些急性呼吸功能障碍的这个情况出现的时候，那你的呼吸一定是异常的，当然跟你的心肺功能也有很大的关系。那在实际用的过程中的话，我们有在睡眠呼吸暂停综合症的判断，包括 SIDS 婴儿猝死综合症，还有术后的呼吸道并发症等应用领域里面都需要监测呼吸率。那我们通过一个血氧上搭载呼吸率的这个产品上，能够很方便的来测量呼吸。那跟传统测量呼吸，比方说像呼吸末二氧化碳，乃至于像其他的一些测量呼吸的方式来对比的话，我们减少了传感器，对于应用来讲的话更方便。那对于整个产品的成本来讲的话，也极大的控制了成本，让消费者在较低的成本下能够获得这个参数的测量。那呼吸率的应用，刚才有提到，我们传统的是这种方式，通过鼻带式、鼻压力式，包括呼吸末二氧化碳的方式去测得，那是非常不方便的，而且也不友好，用起来比较麻烦。那我们左侧是一个典型的我们一款指尖式的脉搏血氧仪啊，它没有任何的这个附件，也是无创，快速、很低成本、简单易操作的方式，能够获得我们呼吸率的这个参数。所以这种对比形态，从应用上来讲是非常方便和高效的一种方式。那有提到，刚才我们有说到，就是目前是国内首款在国内取得医疗器械注册证的这个血氧仪上搭载了这个参数。那可穿戴的血氧仪督导睡眠监测仪的这个应用，也是我们血氧应用的一个细分应用，就是刚才提到我们 OSAS 的。那实际上传统 OSAS 的测量，大家可以看到非常麻烦。那通过 PSG 测量在院内操作复杂，需要过夜，价格也昂贵。那我们通过一个可穿戴式的这个血氧仪，在居家的场景下就可以实现睡眠的初筛，那就实现了说更方便患者的使用，也提高了医疗效率，避免大量的人群去医院去排队做 PSG 检测。那在居家的条件下，如果说比较方便的去做初筛的话，如果你的 ODI 指标是正常的情况下，那其实就不必要去做多导睡眠的监测。那这个是一个非常好的前置初筛的一种形式。那呼吸率的应用的话，在新冠的这个肺炎分型临床分型的时候，其实也会用到这个。我们在临床从新冠指南里面就可以看到。那在医院查房，包括幼儿的这个肺炎辅助筛查，还有运动监测，还有基层医疗的这个体检，都会应用到这个参数。我们在万氏血氧仪上搭载了呼吸率的话，其实也是一个传感器实现了多个参数测量的方式。那目前已经获得了FDA 的CFDA 的还是 CE 的认证。那这款产品大家可以看到非常的简洁美观，当然这个传感器是指尖的，所以它是一款完全是一款医疗级的睡眠初筛的一个产品。多导睡眠和万氏血氧仪的对比，我们也做了大量的这个临床。那通过目前临床对比来看的话，它跟多导睡眠的这个正相关性是非常好的，尤其是像 ODI 和 Max Drop TS 90%与睡眠呼吸率的获得 AHI 完全正相关 ，Mini SpO2 和 AHI 呈负相关，那均有统计学意义。左侧是我们的统计数据。通过我们万氏血氧仪还可以实现远程的采集、数据的发送，远端医生可以远程监测和随访，那这样子完全实现了远程医疗的服务。那在患者在居家的情况下，完全可以接受到远程医生在读取你数据采集后报告的分析情况下给予的这个健康的指导和提醒。而这个产品也满足更多不同人群的这个应用和场景需求，像打鼾的 OSAS 的、慢走肺的 OSAS 监测肺康复的训练，包括一些极限运动、高原类的，其实都有应用这个产品的需求。那在科室里面，我们也可以看到，像睡眠科、睡眠中心、鼾症筛查中心、鼾症专病门诊、体检中心，都完全可以使用这一类的产品去做睡眠初筛那可以实现说医生的初步诊断，初步的这个诊断之后发放设备，然后患者在家代理 带这个设备，佩戴这个设备采集，然后数据上传，然后医生在远端进行判断，以及说确认这个患者是否需要进一步的做 OSAS 的这个确诊。第三个是我们想重点跟大家去分享的血管状态的。其实大量的慢性病的患者，尤其心血管类的这个患者，他的血管状态都不太理想，尤其有高血压的，他的血管都相对比较有硬化的趋势。那目前其实在院内做这个检测是比较麻烦的，而且有收费对医保对个人来讲都有一定的这个不同这个费用的支出。那我们为什么要做这个？其实我们发现在血氧的 PPG 里面隐藏着对于血管状态的一些信息，所以我们通过大量的这个临床的这个数据采集，然后我们算法的迭代，我们现在发现我们可以对血管的状态进行一些分类，能够知道你当前血管的一个健康状态。实际上就是说血管状态的这个弹性硬度跟你的个人的这个高血压等慢性病的关联度是很高的。那这个如果说通过这种便捷的方式，我们一个血氧上能搭载这么一个参数，在测量血氧的同时，你又能够去评价你的血管的这个功能和结构是否异常，对于早期发现这个心血管类的病变有着非常重要的意义。那这个我们将在2022年底的话，预计会拿到这个注册证，在国内，海外的话也正在同步申请 FDA 和 CE。那实际上就对于患者来讲，还是能够更方便的去使用，能够更早的去发现自己一些身体异常的这个出现那整个我们产品本身来讲，就是一个产品，一个血氧的这个产品，那能够搭载这个参数的时候，在测量血氧指标的同时，又能够实现我们血管状态的一个评价那本身它能够心血管病变的临床前期发现、预警这个预测，以及对于确诊后预后的干预也有着非常重要的指导意义所以我们整个这个参数纳入进来之后，我们跟临床的医生沟通，跟一些消费者做了一些调研，大量的调研反馈回来都是得到非常好的这个一些反馈的意见消费者也好，医生也好都非常认可。所以未来超思也会沿着这个 PPG 创新技术持续不断的去做，未来有可能做无创的区别于传统意义上的血压的这个监测，也在我们这个研发的迭代路径上整个再回到我们说的这个血管状态的，大家可以看到左侧这个小指甲，那它在测量血氧的同时它也可以测量我们血管状态。我们可以根据信号本身的这个识别，通过算法的识别，能够给患者告诉你的血管处于一个什么样的状态实际上非常简单方便。我们也有一个对应的表，那对于你家庭条件下，就家庭环境下，你可以非常无创、非常简单、快捷的方式去测量这个参数。那在一些基层医疗的应用里面，我们也做了调研，也有很多的医生也都非常认可这个参数那今天我主要想讲的那些内容呢，其实汇成一句话的，就是超思用科技制造关怀，用更多的技术，用更友好的一些这个产品来提供给患者或者是我们的用户让他在更低的这个成本的情况下，能够获得更多有效的测量参数。那这是我们持之以恒的追求，这跟我们的愿景也是有关，也紧密相关。我们希望提供给更多这个家庭和医疗机构一流的小型化的、智能化的这个可穿戴类的这个设备。那同时，其实我们围绕血氧的这个技术的升级也会持续不断的进行。我们觉得血氧的 PPG 里面隐藏了大量的人体生命体征的一些信息，那我们把它不断的通过算法、通过临床应用、通过实际的这个挖掘，把它产品化，而且同时我们把它做成 医疗级的产品，让它更可信赖，让它真正的去满足消费者，我们普通的这个使用者的这个一些实际的需求，这是我们持之以恒的追求。好的，今天的这个分享就到这，就是这些，感谢大家。
Thank you very much, Jay. I think that perfectly shows how medtech and digital health comes together and is more and more merging. Great examples. Okay, so we already coming to the final gig of today's conference at Future for Health here at Medical China. We now have one of our partners on board, Xnode. They are associated with Future for Health already since some years now. We also did some pre-medical fair gigs in China, in Shanghai, some in the recent years. And so Xnode is one of the few really great accelerators born out of China, which went global. I saw nice new offices in Singapore and others. So with me on stage this afternoon is Joy. Joy, welcome. I just thought you had colored your hair because they kind of were blue in the beginning, but now they are black again. You are on mute, Joy, so maybe you can put your mic on. And Irina,
Hi.
wow, great. Irina sits currently in Moscow, right? Still in Moscow?
No, I'm currently, I think, in a virtual
in a virtual environment, yes, of course.
Future for Health.
And within the next 1 hour, 10 minutes, whatever we need, Xnode is presenting us some straightforward startups, and then we discuss the general digital health situation. So Joy, that's your stage, and I'm part of it a little bit, I learned.
Yep, thank you so much, Mark. Good afternoon, good morning, and probably good evening to all of us joining us today. So my name is Joy. I am a senior acceleration manager at Xnode. Very happy to be a host for this session today. And our healthcare startup demo day will actually be in 2 parts. In the first half, you will be hearing from 4 healthcare tech startups pitches presenting their digital health solutions and their, very interestingly, their China market goals. And for the second half, we will be very pleasantly joined by 2 panelists. One of them is Mark and the other is Alina, in discussing the topic around healthcare startup opportunities over here in China. And audiences, you will be able to raise questions in the comments via the live streaming platforms that you are in right now, or if you have specific interest for either of the startups or the panelists, you will have the chance to raise your questions over here, or we will show a QR code afterwards so that you will be, leave your feedbacks or comments or interest to either of them. So that's our agenda for today. And before we actually start, if you can allow me a couple minutes to actually also introduce Xnode a little bit. I'm not sure if you heard of us before, but Xnode, we are a Shanghai-based and privately owned accelerator. So our main focus has always been helping overseas or Chinese entrepreneurial startups to go overseas. So in the past, we actually have been helping accelerating over 100 tech B2B tech startups to come into the China market. Most of them are B2B tech companies, quite successful in their own market already. But over here in China, we always see them as a 0 to 1 kind of a process for their market penetration. So yes, we are helping them, finding local partners, local customers, helping them getting fundings, getting relations into the governments or any particular interests of fields that they are in. So throughout the process, it's always about the innovation ecosystem, right? It's very unique industry, very unique ecosystem over here in this country. So that's what we do in the past. And aside from the startup scale up, we also work with Fortune 500 big corporates in their innovation endeavor. So in that case, we help them in their open innovation projects. So in the past, we have been working very closely with those automotive, medcare, healthcare, and also sustainability, property tech companies in the past to help them to stay, vibrant and sustainable.
So we have a video cut. Maybe Joy, hopefully Joy comes back. Some technical issue with the broadband. Rina, otherwise, if she doesn't come back, you have to dance.
Why not?
That's a live show.
I can do it, no problem. So yeah, actually, it seems that something is on Joy's side because I hear well. Maybe meanwhile, I can just tell a couple of words about Xnode instead of Joy, because we are just in progress of having this acceleration program. Actually, I was going to talk about it when telling about our experience in Chinese market, but I can mention a couple of things here. For us, it was especially important in terms of deep understanding interrelations between different players and stakeholders in Chinese market, which I think is a key to success somehow. So in this respect, it's totally recommended for everybody who wants to deep understand how the whole system functions in China.
How long are you? Oh, she's back.
Joy, I was telling about Xnode instead of you. Sorry if I said something
it's
wrong.
a better, yes, no, it's a better testimonial actually. Thank you so much, Nina. Sorry, my network seems a bit weird today. Yes, thank you so much, Elena. So on Xnode, like I said, we have been working very closely with B2B tech startups as well as corporates in their innovation endeavor. And we are actually, like I said, we are based headquartered in Shanghai, but we are now basically all over the world. You can see the locations, the map on the bottom right. We do have offices also in Shenzhen and setting up in Singapore for quite a while right now. And in Europe and Japan, working very closely with our partners over there. Okay, and so for today, like I said, because most of our startups, due to COVID reasons, many of them are actually in multiple places around the world. We have Singaporean, we have Italian, and also Australian startups very happily to be selected to be able to present today. So we actually asked them to record a pre-recorded pitches, the videos, and we will show them in this order on our screen. So like I said, please do feel free to leave your comments, your questions on the live streaming, or do leave your comments on the QR code, which we will show right afterwards. Okay, so first of all, we will have OACP, which is a Italian, one of our alumni from Italy in our scale up programs before. Let's see.
Hello, my name is Enrico and I'm the CEO of OACP, a fast laboratory diagnostic company. We are involved in one of the most crucial issues of the healthcare nowadays, cancer diagnosis. Cancer diagnosis requires DNA tests to be accurate. Unfortunately, the lack of efficiency of those tests is causing additional costs for patients and systems, a long time for patients to get results. And this will be the following global issue after pandemic world. I'm a biologist with over 15,000 tests performed in my career, facing the same issue every day. And after my PhD, I found the solution. It's a chemical reagents line, patented also in China, that increases DNA reactions efficiency for all types of cancer, with huge application in the in situ hybridization technology, which is the gold standard for cancer diagnosis. With our reagents, lab can reduce test time from 3 days to just only 2 hours, while saving up to 50% of the overall test cost. The test works like that. So tissue sample from biopsies or surgical treatment arrive to labs that perform tests, but not in 3 days and with high cost, but in just only 2 hours and 50% less expensive. As you can see, our products see the picture of one test. On the right side, the same sample for the same test, but in just 2 hours, and they are the same. The key team of OACP is made by myself. I have a PhD in oncology and a medical specialization in clinical pathology and years of experience in cancer diagnosis. There's Andrea with an MBA, communication and marketing, Simone, which is our CTO with a PhD in biology, and Matteo with huge experience in communication. We are addressing the global molecular in vitro diagnostic market that is huge, and it is big thanks to China's growth. China is growing almost 17% per year, and it is the most important growth in the sector globally. This is why we are interested in lending in China. We have obviously competitors, but we are faster, more cost effective, and no issue with cold chain. Our products have been validated, are on the market, and got the approval for in vitro diagnostic usage in Europe in 2019. We are now selling or directly or by using distributors to hospitals, research center, and diagnostic labs. We have a global market penetration roadmap. We have distribution agreements that are covering 17 countries globally. We have a R&D development partner in the US, and we have a production partnership in China. OACP, since 2020, developed also a PCR infection business unit with its first global single-step PCR test, less than 1 hour test in 1 tube can detect COVID plus major variants with all of the RT-PCR machineries. We started with as a small project in 2014, but up to date we got invested from VC. We pushed product on the market. We got IVD approval in Europe for all of our products, and we got profitable. We are now pushing to our internationalization strategy. We are willing to become international, both in the US, but mainly in China mainland. In China, we have a track record of success in several competitions, both in China mainland and in Hong Kong. And now we are willing to sign distribution agreements and funding term sheet to finally arrive to develop our JVC in China. For the JVC, we are looking for an investment that is at least $8 million from a partner that can provide us local manager, access to stakeholder, and to tech facility. Those investments will be used to mainly set up corporate and starting the operations. We plan to get profitable within year 3 from the founding of the JVC and the obtainment of the China FDA approval for our products. In China, we would like also to start a production dedicated to the Pacific market. Thank you for your attention. I would like to have your question back. Please scan the QR code to get my WeChat connection. I hope you will be interested in my company. Thank you very much for your attention. Hello.
Okay, thank you so much, OACP. And for the second one, we have Smart Future. Smart Future is actually in our acceleration program, the one that we have been very honored to be partnered with Enterprise Singapore. So it's a Singapore to China cross-border scale-up program. So we'll hear from Smart Future for the next.
My name is Unika Low, and I'm from Smart Future. We are a Singapore-based company that focuses on telehealth solutions to healthcare and corporate providers. In 2019, China amounted to 130 million yuan, showing a growing trend in the past 2 years. As we offer our telehealth services to doctors and clinics, we have identified the main problem, which is that the current available telehealth options are not enough. The current options available for doctors is to join a third-party telemedicine app where hundreds of other doctors are using. These apps connect patients to doctors and they charge a commission. Although this app provides services such as video call, medicine prescription, and delivery, doctors do not want to send their existing patients to these third-party apps. Bigger hospitals and clinics tend to hire their own software development company as doctors don't want to pay a huge upfront cost. Smaller clinics tend to use WhatsApp, mainly for video calls, especially with this COVID pandemic. but unfortunately, it is only for the use of video call and not other services of telehealth. The current available telehealth options only focuses on video calls and medicine prescription, where medical data are not being captured enough. After speaking with at least 100 over doctors, we have devised a set of solutions to better meet with their needs through the provision of white label remote patient monitoring platforms to clinics and hospitals. We provide solutions in the form of mobile app in their own brand and their own web portal listed on their website. Furthermore, we provide them with devices and sensors which could be aggregated into different forms like kits, pods, kiosks, or standalone. These devices are wireless and they can have Bluetooth connectivity. We can provide tablets to the patients with a cellular 4G SIM card inside so that all the data recorded in the devices goes to the portal itself. By doing so, patients can now record and measure their vitals remotely from their homes without having to head down to the clinics and hospitals. Besides remote patient monitoring, we also provide before and after modules. It could be marketplace, integration with EMR, claims processing in the form of Medicare or insurance. Clinics can choose the modules that they want, and we will charge them accordingly. Our unique selling points are just a summary of what I just talked about. Medical devices and sensors with more than 150 SDKs integrated with Bluetooth and cellular connectivity, 100% customized software, all done within 2 weeks based on the requirements that the clinic may have. We have a total of 180 clients as of July 2021, 600 doctors with 205,000 patients registered, an estimate of 30,000 patients online every month, and 18,000 devices paired. We have 1.8 million vitals checked. We have also participated in many acceleration programs and have won several awards in various competitions. We have also established partnerships with well-known companies such as Philips, Abbott, and Fullerton Health. In order to explain further on what we do, I'll be going through some case studies. We worked with the biggest clinic chain in Singapore by providing them with these telemedicine kiosks to use in hotels and corporate offices. Inside the kiosk, there is a big screen which allows patients to video call a doctor. There are also paired devices such as blood glucose meter and blood pressure meter, where the vitals captured will be sent to the doctors on the call. We also provide health kits for midwives in Indonesia to bring to villages to conduct medical checkups. And we also built COVID access control platform for mining sites in Mongolia. As remote patient monitoring is now claimable under Medicare in USA, we have built a remote patient monitoring platform that includes counseling and Medicare claims so that remote patient monitoring is made possible and convenient in USA. We worked with Philips on a telemedicine platform to focus on screening and diagnosis of sleep apnea. And we also worked with a lot of insurance companies to install health kiosks in various corporate offices. So this is our team, which is a mixture of people that worked in hospitals and various medical companies. We also have a team of medical professionals and a team of certified technicians. With that, I've come to the end of the presentation. Thank you for your time and attention. Hi, everyone.
Okay, thank you so much, Smart Future. And coming up, that will be Cosmo Ethics. They are actually based in also JLab.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Matthew Jafarzadeh, and I'm the CEO and founder of Cosmo Aesthetics, based in Melbourne, Australia. Our company is aiming to be the global leader in providing cutting-edge technologies to both consumers and health practitioners. One of the main reasons that consumers are hesitant to attend medical clinics or hospitals is that the fear of attending surgery theater or going through the pain and side effects, the cost, the time, and possible interactions with their actual medications that they're on. So our technology is meant to make the decision-making process easier by providing a very safe and non-invasive and affordable solution for consumers to be able to enjoy remote therapy at the comfort of their home. The main core technology that we're using is low-level laser therapy, or known as cold laser therapy. And when the actual light is aimed at a specific wavelength towards a tissue, it can have a healing and therapeutic effect by reduction of the inflammation, reduction of the pain, as well as boosting the healing and regeneration of the actual injury. So this can happen by increasing the energy production within the cell and oxygen and nutrition intake. There are multiple research and peer-reviewed of low-level laser therapy that is a great proof that this science is widely accepted worldwide by various doctors and universities. So here I would like to present you with ZoomLase, a new frontier in modern medicine. This technology is drug-free, pain-free, no side effect, and can be widely used for multiple purposes and symptoms within our body. It consists of a thermal imaging camera, laser therapy, a tablet. So this can easily be used by the doctor at the clinic face-to-face when patient is attending the medical practice, whether that consultation is carried out by palpation and inspection, or by medical imaging technologies such as ultrasound or X-ray, MRI. Doctors can locate the injury, whether it's soft tissue injury, superficial, or deep injury. The actual light could easily be adjusted according to depth of the tissue. So the length of the penetration and the angle of the light could be determined by the medical practitioner, since the thermal imaging camera shows where the inflammation and painful areas are located. Then injury could be treated externally, and whether it is musculoskeletal or Crohn's disease, the dermatological issues, or simply a painful oral pain or temporomandibular. So any pain that is acute or chronic can be easily targeted and treated with the therapy. There has been a recent study on which is World Association of Laser Therapy, that patients that had the laser therapy, they have received a significant improvement in cough and dyspnea, asthma improvement, as well as the wheezing. So this has been published and recently, and also was another study carried out by our chief medical officer, Dr. McMelly, on a patient suffering from COVID-19 that has received 6 daily dosage of laser therapy without any pain or side effect. The patient has been released from the hospital without intubation. Here you can clearly see the lung index from 5 came down to 2, and the actual fluid has been replaced by air. And this is another study that shows on mice that the improvement of the actual inflammation due to laser therapy was equal to non-steroid drugs, which is another welcome news. So here comes ZoomLase. Our patent technology is in actual remote therapy aspect. So when patient has visited the doctor, he or she can pick up one of the laser devices that you see on this left side of the page, and with a tablet, they take it home, and once they're connected to Wi-Fi, by opening the ZoomLase app, they could be in front of the laptop or tablet and see the doctor face-to-face, and the doctor could safely adjust the energy and use the right protocol and parameter for the patient to be treated under supervision of the doctor safely. Treatment is non-invasive, no prescription is needed. It only takes 15 to maximum 30 minutes. It's drug-free, and it has multiple applications. So we have quite a good, strong position within our competitors. As you can see, by only looking about $20 to $25 a day rental, patients could pick up the laser and take home and use it daily, weekly, or monthly, and bring it back to doctor's office. And this way, this could be a great SaaS or subscription model that doctors could enjoy. And obviously, this is something that insurance companies would like to find out as well. So there are many global partners that could potentially be the partner of us in this journey. Here we are here to obviously aim for licensing, co-development, or distribution, as well as investment in technology. Our IP is highly secured.
The global size is staggering large. We're looking at 27.8 billion, just the size of the IBD, and not mentioning that the musculoskeletal and dermatological and treatable patient also, the size is still fairly significant. So at this stage, we're looking at seed funding of 1.5 million at $6 million valuation, which would enable us to complete the development of this technology and lead and proceed further with the regulatory and clinical trial. Cosmo Aesthetics is a proud resident of JLabs Shanghai, and is managed by a highly senior executive team with a background in Terumo, St. Jude Cardiothoracic, US, Altera, and our chief medical officer also is the great publisher of over 65 studies on American Journal and ResearchGate, one of the leaders in laser therapy and research. Cosmo Aesthetics has been the winner of global overseas talent innovation competition FTZ conference in Shanghai. Your time, and if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out on email, WeChat, or my number. Thanks again, and I look forward to hear from you soon. Have a wonderful day. Bye.
Okay, thank you so much. Last but not least, we have SpeedDoc. SpeedDoc is also quite successful already in Singapore and also Southeast Asia, and right now looking at penetrate China markets through the cross-border acceleration program we have with Enterprise Singapore.
大家好，我是 Serene 或者是蔡慧婷。我会用英文表达自己，我觉得我比较流利。So my name is Serene and I'm representing SpeedDoc from Singapore. And SpeedDoc is one of the leading digital healthcare providers in the Southeast Asian region. So what is SpeedDoc? SpeedDoc is a virtual clinic and healthcare solutions platform. We were founded in 2017, and we have raised our Series A round, and right now we're in the middle of preparing to raise our Series B fundraising round. We are headquartered in Singapore, but we are also operational in Malaysia, and we have staff in Indonesia as well. And just going through the numbers, in Singapore and Malaysia, we have 70 doctors who are rostered around the clock 24/7. Over the 4 years we've been in existence, we have had at least 300% growth every single year. And since 2018, we've done more than 28,000 home visits. And just going through a little bit more about the numbers, we have helped more than 18,000 seafarers fly home and cementing Singapore's status as #1 maritime hub in the world. And we've also completed more than 82,000 medical transactions in both countries. Hospital at home, or something that we've trademarked as Age Ward, and I'll talk a little bit more about this later. And on the right, it's chronic disease home management, which is also trademarked by us. And this is what we term as digital management of chronic diseases at home. And so when we think about the future of healthcare, we're seeing research. Over here, we have numbers from Accenture showing that 69% of people are interested in using virtual care models in order to monitor and have seek medical care for their ongoing healthcare problems. And we see 60% of people are willing to go virtual. And with the drivers of COVID, we believe that these numbers are actually higher nowadays. And when we talk about new frontiers of digital health, we envision the future as a high-touch, high-tech future. And what this means is that healthcare will become more human, more intuitive, and more patient-centric. And here's one of the examples of how this is going to happen. So augmented reality is something that we are actively exploring. And over here, you can see that doctors are able to use augmented reality to increase the sophistication levels of telemedicine, which right now is just a video conference between a healthcare provider and a patient. But we do believe that when we use AR, we're better able to present to the patients a clearer idea of what really is affecting their healthcare condition. And we believe that this will become more patient-centric because they are better able to process the information given to them. And also moving on, I'm touching on one of the 2021 keystone products that we have, and this is hospital at home. So when we think about hospital at home, You know, we are thinking, sometimes we think about the hospitals and what we see on TV, like operating theaters, as well as trauma beds. But really, when you think about a hospital, it's just about providing advanced levels of medical care. And what we've realized is that you can actually break this down, decentralize the technology, and build them back up in a patient's house using technology. For example, instead of having a doctor and a nurse, you know, monitor a patient every hour in the hospital, we can use remote monitoring devices with Bluetooth monitors to be able to build a dashboard for a physician to look at remotely. And we've actually successfully test-fitted this in India this year. So for those of you who remember, India actually had a COVID crisis earlier on in the year where they were unable to seek medical care because the hospitals were really choked up by the influx of COVID cases. We worked with India qualified doctors who were situated in Singapore, and we were able to provide medical care and cater to their COVID needs and isolation needs from here in Singapore, transcending geographical boundaries for patients in India. And we truly see this as, you know, being part of the global healthcare community, you know, where Singapore doctors can treat Indian patients, and maybe China doctors can treat patients all around the world, and we can all take care of patients together. And that brings me to the end of my presentation, and thank you very much for your time.
For the 4 startups presenting their company. And then over here, we show a QR code for our online audiences. If you have particular interest in either of the startups, you have questions, feedbacks, or you would reach out to them for further collaborations or partnerships opportunities, feel free to scan the QR code and leave your remarks over here. I will leave this page on for roughly 10 seconds. For your mobile devices, you may also, you know, take a screenshot of this and fill in the survey afterwards. In the meantime, can I also welcome Alina and Mark to turn on your camera and also your audio to welcome you into this virtual meeting room with me.
I'm here.
Hi, Joey.
Hello.
Hello.
Well, good morning and yes, good morning to both of you.
Hello. Nice to meet you again.
Nice meeting you. Thanks, Star.
All right. So let's move to the second part of our session today. So like I said, I'm very happily joined by Mark and Alina. Mark is a chief evangelist for Future of Health, and Alina is global CEO for Semantic Hub. May I just kickstart to let you guys introduce yourself a bit, and if you have comments, interested feedbacks from the previous four pitches, feel free to also leave your comments along with your introduction over here. Can I ask Mark to start, maybe?
Well, I just wanted to say ladies first, but well, shall I or Irina? Come, in
yes,
Europe,
ladies
proceed first. So Irina, go ahead, Irina, go ahead.
Okay, why not? So first of all, congratulations to all the teams who were just presenting their developments, and I wish a lot of success to all of them on the Chinese market, though it's going to be quite challenging actually. I think perhaps especially for those who are dealing with telehealth segment, because telemedicine is very well developed in China. I would say that it's very special, quite different from many other countries of the world. There are a lot of giants playing in this field. There are a lot of different business models. So I really wish them to find their own niche and to be totally successful here. Of course, all the solutions are very interested. I also thought about the first one, which is focused on oncology. And well, I don't know, maybe you have already chosen your strategy in China, but maybe you should also think about iCampus of AstraZeneca, which I'm going to mention soon, talking about our company, because AstraZeneca has really deep expertise in cancer, in oncology, and they're interested in various innovative solutions. So maybe just a very specific recommendation, if you need it, please consider it as one of the opportunities. That's my feedback about the teams, and again, really cool. So hopefully you will be extremely successful in Chinese markets and globally. So Mark, that's it. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you.
And then I'll come back to Semantic Hub maybe later on.
Ooh, now maybe
Sure.
maybe you can you take off the audio? There's an echo. Okay, so
Sure.
quickly to me, in a 30 seconds elevator pitch, I'm a former brand guy, Unilever, T-Mobile, others, who turned into a tech guy. I'm now acting since 15 years as a mobile strategy consultant globally. I'm completely sector agnostic. I'm not associated to health alone. I'm also doing logistics, automotive, smart cities, whatever. And such kind of setting as of today, I'm doing globally in various countries. And for the startups, first of all, Joy, great selection and really great to see the span of digital health in just 4 companies. All of them want to conquer China, as I learned, and maybe it's a perfect timing. Of course, Irina is right. It's also challenging, but you know, China is one of the major health markets globally, which is really fast growing now. And you have a more and more wealthy middle class who now can afford health. You have a graying society, aging society. So more and more people may suffer from chronic diseases. And so it's not a red ocean, it's a blue ocean. That said, of course, lots of people want to kind of hijack this market. You know, there's also lots of outbound business I see. You know, it's not just that companies like we just saw from Singapore and Australia and others coming into China. It's also that more and more Chinese medtech and health tech companies kind of out-license to the world and completely changed the role model of the past 20, 30 years, where it was the other way around. So we see you know, some of the startups saying they're looking for seed money. There's lots of talent and money in the market. There is just recently, I think Tencent Sequoia-backed company called, I hopefully speak it out correctly, Yuan Jin. Maybe you can help me afterwards. They went for IPO of prescription drugs, which is huge, of course, in a market like China. And then just recently, I think yesterday, there was a ticker note that Changmugu Medical just raised in the second round, like almost $85 million US. So this market is not just sexy, funky, cool. It's very huge. It has a high potential, but of course you need, as Irina said, to kind of clever find the right partner go into that market. So that's probably the intro, Joy.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for the intro, Mark. You actually also touched upon my next question, which is the market trend that you have seen globally and also mostly in China. So in the past, we have seen, you know, vibrant developments in the medcare tech industry, from, you know, early screening to prevention to digital therapeutics to, you know, internet hospitals, especially after COVID, remote internet hospitals, which has been a very much a trendy amount of the startups in China, local market, and also globally who want to penetrate China. So I think this is the time I can pass on to Irina as a global startup. Well, I mean, for Semantic Hub, you have been, you know, working with over 30, right? 30 countries with multiple pharmaceutical companies, big names all over the world, but into China as a tech startup. How do you see this trend, or how, as the AI and natural language processing tech company, how do you see as an opportunity and maybe as a challenge as well?
Well, first of all, let me tell a couple of words about what Semantic Hub does in order to put it in the context. Our company helps multinational pharmaceutical companies and sometimes also clinical centers and patient advocacy groups deeper understand the experience and journey of patients with severe and especially rare diseases with the help of our proprietary AI platform leveraging multilingual natural language understanding. And it's based on the so-called patient voice, which is messages of patients or caregivers with severe diseases in social networks, forums, groups, and so on, which we gather of course, in an anonymized form and deeply processed with semantic analysis and natural language understanding technologies to get insights, really unique insights on patient experience, which could be the basis for successful launch of innovative treatment, and also for early detection of patients, undiagnosed patients with rare diseases, and stakeholder mapping and finding patients for clinical trials according to complex inclusion and exclusion criteria. And you're absolutely right that we are working in about 40 countries at the moment, from the US to Japan. And I should say that China is the most challenging actually, because maybe later on I will focus on that. As for trends, we can see them cross-country, in a cross-country way. And one of the trends which was actually noticed by some of those who gave pitches previously is about the changing role of patient and patient centricity, and that's what I like the most. We all know that nowadays real world data is kind of a hype. So those who work in the intersection of AI and healthcare have certainly heard about it. There are a lot of companies who process electronic health records, work with medical devices to get data and so on. But we are advocates and evangelists, similar to Mark, regarding patient voice as a source of real world data, because patients are real experts in their condition. So we see that these are still at the level of weak signals, but still industry across the world and various stakeholders tend to percept patients not only as an object of care, but also as kind of decision makers more and more, which I like a lot. In addition, innovation in general, like AI and various solutions like that, well, it's evident that AI is changing the healthcare, everybody knows it. But what is even more important and which lays maybe a bit deeper is that it is dramatically changing the relations between different players and stakeholders in the system. And it can totally reshape the face of the whole healthcare. And I should say that here China is again a very special place, because coming to the very important question about benefits and challenges of China. It's a huge market, as Mark mentioned. It's totally understandable. Everybody knows that. But it's also kind of a huge laboratory, which is constantly testing a lot of innovation models, tools, methods. So it's a very good place for your own XNOTE program, because I really mentioned that actually when you were absent for a while, but I should say that for us it was one of the most important outcomes to deeply understand all those complex interrelations between patients, healthcare professionals of different specialties, clinical centers, insurance companies, telehealth platforms, and so on, which is important everywhere, but especially in China, because it's huge and it's different.
Thank you, Lina. I think it really, I think you really touched upon the most crucial question over here. When any type of a technology is entering China market, I think, well, whether it's a regulatory difference, whether it's an ecosystem, or how people perceive even data, how people utilize data is all very different. And so in your case, we can see the most challenging part, even though you are, spreading the partnerships all from different countries. So I'll pass to Mark. Do you agree with these challenges, or you see more of a similarities because you have expertise in all Europe, China, and different parts of the world?
No, I fully agree. It's an exotic market. Let's face it. Yeah? You probably don't understand the language if you come in there as a startup. People in China are differently educated in their own health ecosystem. Do they trust the doctor? Do they trust the hospital? Do they get a date with the doctor? So that's probably not comparable to other countries' kind of health ecosystem, but that's also the kind of benefit, so to say. Yeah? So my advice would be, in looking into global markets now, wherever you go, and it could be a tiny country like Estonia or whatever, the local health system is different from everything else you saw in your markets, whether you're operating from Singapore, Australia, or wherever in this world. So try to dive into the health ecosystem. China's health ecosystem is complex. You have this language issue. You probably have this insurers issue. You know, again, this is pro and contra. On the one side, it may not be as established, or people may not kind of have the money for getting the right packages. On the other side, you have huge corporates like Ping An who heavily invest into health. You have those internet platforms like Tencent, like Baidu, like Alibaba. They all have their health arm, and so they're also kind of funding the whole ecosystem. And so this is really unique. So if I look into other markets, of course, you see similar things in the US with Facebook and others. Amazon diving into the health, but in China, it's really huge, the tech supply in the health ecosystem. And what's also great, because we saw so many telemedicine applications within your 4 startups here, if you just take the factor of 5G rollout in China, and I'm not meaning Shanghai downtown, I'm meaning everything in China, this really helps to accelerate telemedicine applications. And again, the market is mature in that sense in terms of technology. It has its own challenges, as we mentioned earlier, but it's certainly the perfect timing to enter the market.
Yeah, I think it's quite interesting, Mark, when you mentioned those big players, big corporates, those more, as we know, as a traditional internet companies, they're entering the healthcare industry, Ali Jiankang or Tencent. In the past, we have seen there are more of interacting with the decision makers, with the regulatory part of the system. However, right now we have seen they open up more of like a system to look out for new technologies around it. Well, even I think a couple of days ago, I've seen in the news, even ByteDance, they are now into medical devices. It's one of their very new investments, commitments into the healthcare industry. So it's a quite interesting. Even for overseas startups, it might be the resources they can leverage when we closely work with overseas tech startups. When they come to China, maybe big names corporates, that's one of their resources they can leverage. So to Elena, in terms of resources or what types of resourceful landing pads that you see to come to China as a startup?
It's a good question, actually. Coming back to the challenges of healthcare system in general, I mean, globally, I should say that the segment of rare diseases with which we are working is especially challenging everywhere. It requires deep expertise. So, but actually, Semantic Hub has got expertise in working with any tricky, very special, very exotic segments of patients around the world. So just to promote ourselves, if you as a company, I mean, biotech or pharmaceutical companies have to deal with some very tricky segment, please address us. But I mean, in China, it was the only place where we decided to find a strategic partner, because we understood that without it, there is no chance. Well, even having such partner is not a guarantee of your success. But as I mentioned again, we're working in Canada, in the US, in India, in Europe, in Japan. So we do not select such partners. But for China, we have decided to join iCampus, which is an ecosystem launched in Wuxi near Shanghai by AstraZeneca and also the local government in the context of transformation of AstraZeneca as a global biopharmaceutical company to a holistic innovation platform. And that's actually not the only place in China like that, but they have some really unique opportunities and incentives. And I think that's one of the resources which China can propose you because it can help you understand all this complex reality and provide connections to those players which otherwise you would not find at all, for instance, CFDA. And again, here we come to the topic of healthcare as a challenging holistic system. Actually, this year we saw a trend globally that many giants, multinational giants, were rethinking their strategy in healthcare and sometimes even leaving the space. I mean, mostly Western companies like Apple, Google, and so on. And there was a lot of discussion why it happens. And one of the reasons for that was, of course, because that usually sometimes people tend to look at healthcare as something similar to retail or FMCG. But in reality, it's much closer to something like nuclear industry and aerospace in terms of complexity of the system, in terms of reimbursement, regulation, and so on. I have heard multiple times from the representatives of Western companies that the legislation in China regarding compliance of personal data must be not so strict as in the US and EU. Well, it's totally wrong. So please pay special attention to it, and you should understand all these issues, not only relations between different players, but also aspects as reimbursement and so on.
Oh,
sorry?
Irina?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry, I just wanted. It's not easy to do a live conversation, but
yes, of course, yeah.
I wanted to say that recently, the whole data issue has been raised to the next level with this new
Absolutely.
law,
Yeah.
PIPL, yeah.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And actually, the reimbursement system is very different and very tricky. Sometimes it can drive the decisions of your partners, and you will even not understand what is behind such decisions. And actually, if I'm sorry if I talk too long, but maybe one last thing, which is quite obvious and quite evident, but the consequences are not always obvious to some of us. China is huge. Everybody knows that. It has a lot of resources. But first of all, it's the matter of size and diversity. Shanghai only is larger than many of the European countries. But it means that you cannot just enter the Chinese market. Maybe you should not even target the same segments you were targeting in other countries. You should look deeper to find some sub-segments, sorry, to start from. Yeah, and the next consequences is even worse. That China is very self-sufficient. And here I address all the teams outside of China. And I'm sorry, guys, for being so straightforward. China doesn't need us. It has actually everything. It has lots of talent, lots of competition, lots of disruptive developments in AI and everything. So we need it as a huge market. And that means that the burden of proof that we provide something really unique is totally on our side. So no complaints about unfriendly Chinese or something like that, just hard work in order to enter this challenging but interesting market.
Maybe I can. Oops.
Elena, if you can mute yourself, please.
Yes, sorry.
So maybe I can just add on this. Yes, China doesn't wait on us, and also if you ever have been there, whether in rural China or in some of these mega cities, there is this famous word of China speed, and I think in health it's even speedier. And one of the startups, I think was the startup Smart Future from Singapore. They said, hey, we're doing telemedicine booth, and we're doing health kits for midwives, and we're doing corporate wellness. Well, in each of those segments, there are already 100 kind of fast boats moving around in China. So one of my advices here also would be to cope with China's speed and to cope with this kind of 10,000 startups getting launched every day in China. Focus. Have a single USP and really a unique selling proposition, and not kind of copycat thing. Yeah. So if you're working on a telemedicine booth, make it unique. And so that would be my advice also if you enter into the Chinese market.
Yes, so along with Mark's focus, and I also want to add on, we have seen in the past, one of the observations we have for overseas startups, when they enter China market, the business model sometimes just change. We look out for different sectors and different industries, even though you are probably the leading AI technology, let's say in a healthcare platform. But when you enter China market, do look out for the other ecosystem partners. For example, like Mark said, smart future, smart city, that might be an angle to also tap into. And even for I don't know, for retail or for property tech, that's also one of the probably one of the angles for healthcare startups to also to look into in terms of finding local partners. And also coming to, I guess, to all of us looking to the future for China, even though we have seen more strict data privacy, data protection regulations coming up. Do you guys see it more as a brighter future, or do you see, like Elena said, China doesn't need us, which you also just destroy one part of XNode's business? So for future, you see as more of a brighter future for overseas startups coming to China? Is it getting easier, or it's less opportunities in that sense?
Well, since you cited me, let me start. Maybe I try to be quite brief. First of all, it doesn't destroy your business at all, just opposite, because your role will be even increasing in that sense. And when I say China doesn't need us, I don't mean that we should not try, but you should be bold to try. But startups should be bold by their nature. If you don't want to be bold, if you don't want to conquer the leading market of the world, then maybe you should not start your business at all. And the same is with data privacy and all the issues you mentioned. Of course, these are challenging. And I should say that Semantic Hub, for example, is now somehow also rethinking its strategy in the Chinese market at the moment. But challenges are always opportunities. Sorry for saying all these, banal things. And that's why it gives you opportunity to find really unique niche on Chinese market, transforming your solution somehow, and maybe growing even faster than you were dreaming of. Mark, do you agree?
Maybe I add from my side. I agree, but I'm just coming back to China doesn't need us. I'm a big fan of global cooperation. And if you see what hits this planet, like in the past 1.5 years, with this global pandemic, I think the more we work together, the better. And we can the so-called West, whatever, we just can benefit from what's happening in China. If you just watch this tech tornado ongoing with AI rollout of projects and blockchain and 5G, if you look at companies like Huawei and China Mobile and other tech giants, infrastructure giants who really help grow this digital health kind of platform, I think places like this Medical Fair China or Future of Health Symposium of today are really there to exchange our knowledge and I tell people now, I don't know, if I look back in my kind of career, when I started to discover the tech tornado, I went to the Silicon Valley, and I tried to learn from those companies there and so on. Maybe everybody of us did like this. Nowadays, in the past, since 5 years now minimum, I'm telling everyone to get kind of ignited in China. Yeah, so from moving from the West Coast to the USA. Please go to the East Coast of China, great companies, meet those great people, connect and learn from the China speed, learn from this kind of spirit. Of course, be cautious in terms of, data is a big issue, not just in China. Health and data is a problem in itself because, of course, nobody wants to see the private health data fluctuating through the network somewhere on this planet. But if you don't go into China, if you don't try to launch your product there, you miss something. Yeah, and so my kind of famous last words for the future is and benefit from whatever happens on this planet.
Yes, I definitely agree, especially COVID hit us. This post-pandemic definitely brings us more opportunities for people who are caring more about health and also the well-being of all. I guess that comes to the end of also echoing the theme of this this event, post-pandemic medtech fast-tracked. So we do welcome more healthcare technology companies to enter China market and also think about the partners when you do that. Then I will pass on to Mark. If we don't have more questions from the audience or from the panelists, I will pass to Mark for ending for this session, also for today.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Joy. Thank you, Irina. That was a great last session of today. We had a jam-packed program of 6 hours. I just got live data from WeChat. 1,500 people just on WeChat are listening to us. So this shows that this is really kind of not just a magic time, but it's needed that we kind of explain what we're doing. Digital health is here to win. And tomorrow, the Future for Health Forum will continue at 10 a.m. China time. That's pretty early bird for European. If you want to listen in on YouTube, you can start with us at 3 a.m., something like that. And then, of course, if you are in the Americas, you can, it's still evening there, so you can join in. Thank you very much. This was a great first day of the Future for Health conference on the pandemic aftermath. We were here at Medical Fair China, and I think we saw brilliant examples of how magic this place is. So see you all tomorrow, hopefully, and goodbye from Germany.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much.